also gotten a confirmation from the president of Akamluso. Is on the way. So we are expecting more guests. Comrades, this is 4th Annual Delegate Conference, a milestone that tells a story written in sweat and sacrifice. A story of men and women who refuse to bow to oppression. A story of profession that has stood tall when the winds of neglect and discrimination blow hardest. We came together not because it was easy, but because it was necessary. We organized not because we sought comfort, but because we sought justice. And we stand here today unbroken, unbent, unbowed, because our cause is just and our vision is clear. Comrades, our laboratories are the beating heart of the health system. Every diagnosis, every treatment plan, every public health surveillance begins and ends in the lab. Yet, for years, our contribution has been underestimated, our expertise undervalued, our dignity undermined. But let it be known, not anymore. Say, not anymore. Not anymore. From this day forward, we affirm that the medical laboratory officer is not an invisible worker in the health chain, but the very engine of evidence-based medicine. Without the laboratory, there's no diagnosis. Without diagnosis, there's no treatment. And without treatment, there's no health care. So when we demand fairness, we are not begging. We are reminding the nation of its debt to truth and justice. Fellow delegates, over the past year, our National Executive Council has stood firm through intimidation, sabotage, and legal hurdles. We have gone to court to defend our rights. We have challenged the unconstitutional transfer of the Division of National Laboratory Services to KNPHI. We have confronted discrimination head-on, and we have done it all with dignity, guided by law, powered by unity. We have drafted the first ever strategic plan for NAMLO, a blueprint to reposition this union from survival sustainability. We are pushing to increase our membership coverage in both public and private sectors. And if I can mention, 2 days ago I posted a court ruling for someone from private. This is a case we picked up when we were just new in office. And we thank God we won the case. And that is what NAMLO stands for, fighting for justice. We are building alliances with partners who believe in the same ideals of justice, equality, and professional recognition. Comrades, the struggle continues, but we are winning. We are winning. Today, I call upon every branch, every delegate, every laboratory officer in Kenya. Let us rise beyond complaint and step into collective action. Let us make membership our weapon, solidarity our armor, and service our badge of honor. Let us move from reaction to vision, from frustration to strategy, from despair to hope. Remember this: no one will liberate the medical laboratory of profession except the medical laboratory officers themselves. So if you are here thinking that there's somebody else who will help you liberate yourself, you're wrong. You have to liberate yourself. And that is why sometimes when I see people looking over their shoulders when they're supposed to move forward, I tell them, let us move. And by the way, right now, we are coming up very, very strongly. And I know there are counties that NAMLO is the one representing the other healthcare workers. We have those counties, and we will mention them, like Homa Bay. It's one of them, Siaya, it's one of another one, Nairobi here. It's NAMLO that representing the other unions. Comrades, as your chairman, I have walked with you through fire and through the storm. I have seen branches rise against all odds. I have seen officers contribute from their pockets to sustain this union. I have seen courage that no payslip can measure and no title can capture. The courage is our power, the power is our future, and the future is now. Let us dream of a Kenya where no laboratory officer works without proper staffing, recognition, or respect. Let us dream of a ministry that consults us before making decisions that affect us. Let us dream of a union headquarters that stands tall in Nairobi, not as rented office, but as monument to our struggle. Let us dream of collecting bargaining agreements that guarantee fair pay, humane working conditions, and professional dignity. Comrades, let us dream. But above all, let us act. For dreams without action are but illusions, and action without unity is a wasted effort. But when we dream together and act together, we become unstoppable. My fellow delegates, in the spirit of solidarity, let us renew our commitment to justice. Let us strengthen our branches, empower our members, and defend our profession. Let this 4th annual delegate conference be remembered as the turning point, the moment we reclaimed our power, our pride, and our purpose. And so does our struggle. It may take time, it may test us, but justice will come because we are on the right side of history. Members of NAMLO, or delegates of NAMLO, may I take this opportunity under Article 6 of our Constitution that gives me the power to preside over all meetings and conferences to declare this conference open. And let us raise our heads and ensure that whatever we have come to do here is successful. I'm very happy to see you people. I know majority of you have seen, but only a few that maybe we have not seen one another. And I welcome you all to this conference. And may the conference begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for such a good remark. And I know maybe those who sit in front, you don't know what is happening. Believe you that our hall is already full. that tells you that this ADC is a unique one. The hall is already full. I can see the last seat is already occupied, though we have some 4 or 5 in front here. And another thing that I always say, having worked with this union from its conception back then in 2015 until where we are today, I can say this without a iota of doubt, that we have come very far. All the fights, all the stagnations, everything that has been there. Today when I look at Pius Nyakundi, today when I look at Nicholas Odipo, when I look at Miranda, I see Anne Sakwa, I see Angie, I see myself sitting up here to just listen to you what you want. We say, if it were not by the grace of God, the lab could have not been where it is today. Because everybody outside there in the health sector knows one thing, that if it is not love, then they cannot fully treat a patient to curative level. But you see, because of that, they don't want you to be strongly recognized. So they will try to disconnect you with the patients. And patients also believe on care and treatment, not knowing there is someone who identifies the causative agent of the symptoms that they present with at the hospital. And that is you. You clap for yourself. So until now, comrades, it is the time that we need to give our guests time to at least give us insight of what they have for us. They give us insight of what maybe we do not know, because they represent us, some at an administrative level, some at the quality assurance level, some at the management level, that might give us insight on how we need to operate daily. And that is why now you have been told the guests that we intend to have. Some have already walked in. And I don't know whether I will just ask randomly, just to know those who have come in, Mr. Chair, if you give me that, to know which county has just walked in that was not there when we were introducing ourselves, because I'm seeing the hall is full. The counties that have just come, you can just arise, then one of you just introduce your team very quickly so that we know you are present in the house, kindly, if you know you had not been introduced.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Haron from Kiambu County. I'm the branch secretary.
Kiambu in the house. Just introduce yourself very fast.
Good morning. Moses Wagura, Kiambu County Branch Treasurer.
And you know Kiambu is just here.
Okay, good morning. My name is Cornelius Masila. This is Kitui, not Kiambu.
Oh, Kitui.
Yes.
Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Kitui.
Good morning. I'm Paul Sairo from Narok.
Narok is in the house. Yes.
Good morning all. Kwa majina naitwa Wago Dima, Branch Secretary Isiolo County.
Now you know, ningeacha hii introduction, we could have missed a very important person.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Evan Setiango Pakasi from Busia County.
Busia in the house, though the team of Busia, they are those who had introduced themselves. You're welcome. Isiolo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Ndimwa, Branch Treasurer, Isiolo County.
Isiolo, just very fast.
Comrades Power. Comrades Power.
Kwa majina ni Kevin Ore, branch secretary, Kajiado
Kajiado.
County.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Jacqueline Malaso from Kajiado County.
You are welcome.
I'm Makarema Madede from Laikipia.
Laikipia. Kindly just clap. Laikipia. That is very good. Eh?
Good morning, all. Priscilla Magashi from Laikipia County, Branch Treasurer.
You're welcome.
Jambo.
Hatujambo.
Jina langu ni Kipkorir Tarbei Songol, Chairperson Laikipia County.
Laikipia.
Morning.
Morning.
My name is John Jason Makuani.
Makueni. Morning. Makueni.
Damaris Ndambuki, Makueni County, Branch Treasurer.
Thank you.
Good morning. Boaz Kibet, Wasingishu County.
Wasingishu. Thank you. Good morning. Morning.
Stephen Tanwe, Wasingishu County, Branch Secretary.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Good morning again.
Morning to you.
Komere Paul, Wasingishu County, OS.
You're welcome. All.
Hilary Soy, Kericho County.
Kericho. Nice.
Good morning. Uncle Patrick Diaga, Vice Chairperson, Kericho County.
Kericho.
Habari zenu.
Mzuri.
Makoha Prince Godfrey, Isiolo County.
Isiolo.
Good morning.
Morning.
Eric H, Kericho County Chair.
Kericho. Morning. You're welcome.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
My name is Daniel Mubey, Branch Secretary, Kericho County.
Good. Good morning. Machakos.
Good morning. Samuel Mbiti, Machakos County.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Jacinta Sila, OS Machakos County. Morning. Jacinta Bibe, Vice Secretary, Machakos County.
Good morning. Nicholas Macau is my name. Machakos Branch Chair.
Good morning. Wavinya Ndeti County, Stephen Mutiso, Branch Secretary.
Morning. Odao Collins, Kenyatta University Referral, Branch Chair.
Good morning. Christine Dinda, KU Referral Treasurer.
Bernard Musembi, Kitui Branch Treasurer.
Good morning. Mary Kitio from Kitui County, Deputy SP.
Good morning. Good morning. John Mutua from Kitui County, Chairperson.
I'm Celestine Dolo, Kitui County.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Ngugi, Nyeri County Chair.
Nyeri in the house.
Comrade Power. Comrade Power.
Wow.
Fred Kobia, Branch Secretary, Meru.
Meru in the house. Nyeri, Meru, Kitui, Machakos, Kericho, Laikipia, Kiambu. You are getting them. Isiolo here.
Good morning. I'm Paul Mirigi, Nairobi County.
Nairobi, the hosts.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Emmanuel Koko, Wasingishu County.
Wasingishu.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Richard Kurik. I'm from Wasingishu County, Branch Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning to you.
Mildred Obasi, Vihiga County. I'm the treasurer.
Vihiga. Now Kakamega in the house.
Jambo.
Hatujambo.
Mko vyema? Mmeng'ara? Mimi naitwa Peter Tiang kutoka Vihiga, Branch Secretary. Asanteni.
Karibu.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning once more.
Good morning.
Kevin Olo, Deputy SG, Siaya.
Siaya.
Morning.
Morning to you.
Grace Powino, Nairobi County.
Nairobi.
God is good
All the time.
all the time. Lydia War, Nairobi County.
Good morning, everyone. How is Nairobi? Kuna baridi sana. Zoea. Hata mvua hiyo inanyesha. My name is Dennis. I'm Dennis Odor.
I'm the branch secretary for Nairobi, and then I just want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Nairobi County. Asanteni sana.
Karibu.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Aberi Ronald, Kisii County branch chair.
As a young guy, last time I said starting my profession, going outside to do my attachment, my mom, who made me to be whom I am, is now standing here, Lynette.
Thank you. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be with you today. I guess all of us are happy to meet again. The last time we were here, it's been 1 year now again, and we thank God. My name is Lynette Ngare. I'm the treasurer of Kisii County. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Lynette. You know, when you meet with your senior who mentored you, you feel proud. Chair, I know we have 1 hour for that, but there are some individuals who started a work with this union, but currently leading the branches, and have just arrived. Let me just give them the 2 of them. They introduce you here, ni wakina nani.
Good morning. I'm Nicholas Gitonga from Dharakanidi. Mimi ndiye branch secretary.
And he started this. This is where we are today. Gitonga was one of them.
Good morning. I'm Jamano Kanake, Dharakanidi County Chair.
Thank you, Kanake.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Eric Kirimi, Dharakanidi Branch Treasurer. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ingekuwa vibaya nikiacha Gitonga, and those were 2015 back then, these were the guys who could run left wakitusiwa. Now we're back here. And quick back to the program. Allow me call our guest, and I'll call Madame Lucy at least to tell us something that we really need to know as a team. Thank you, Mr. Sefa Saguko, that is Kisumu delegate, just walking in, and my co-lecturer at KMTC. You're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning once again. For those who have come after we introduce each other, my name is Lucy Kanyara. I work in an organization that is Kenya Medical Research Institute. I coordinate and head laboratory services in Cambridge. I'll just take you through some few notes, and I will base my talk on the theme of today's conference, strengthening professional solidarity and sustainable workforce development for quality healthcare. I had made some slides, but I'll leave them. I'll refer to them as I take you through. As we know, our main aim as union is to stand for our rights. Is that true? As a lab professionals. And as lab professionals, we should be able to have very strong board. And if we don't have strong board, we are going to be overtaken by events, and you know how dynamic the country is. So we should be able, wherever we work, wherever branch we are, we should advocate for welfare of the laboratory professionals and fight for their rights. Why am I talking about that? I was so happy one day, I'm in the management, and we are advertised a position as Cambridge, but we got a letter from Kumlo and Akamra. And that helped me helped me to talk to management to pull down that advertisement. Because they were advertising for a position of a laboratory person who is going to be taking samples and they had put any other cadre. And you know what that means? Because we work in the research world and we have research teams, but I told them anybody who works, the union have seen our deficit and we have to act. So whatever advocacy you are having, it's being felt everywhere. We have, when I introduced myself, I said, Cambry might have not gotten now to have a delegate here, but we have footprints in every county. If you go to Migori County, we have Migori in the team. Do you have Cambry researchers on the field? Do you check what they do? Do you raise your voices? It doesn't matter whether I'm working in the county, because as we are working in the counties, now we have county research boards. Don't we have them? Do you review those protocols when they are brought to know who is going to come and take samples from the people from your county? You are, nyinyi ndio macho ya profession, wherever you are. Because even if I'm working with University of Nairobi, or I'm working as a researcher from wherever I'm working, I'm coming to work in that county. There is nowhere we know health is devolved. Isn't that true? And we are there in the county. So we should not be saying that is a research institution, whatever they are doing in our county, iko na ethical approval, they can continue. Please be, at least when I raise my voice from where I sit at our institution, be there to support us. And that time, and that we are going to have quality, we are going to strengthen our quality care. We should also promote excellence. When people are collecting data from the counties, the labs, you know, all these decisions of change of policy, they come from the lab. They do not change a drug regime or any treatment without data coming from the lab. So at the end of the day, we are the people who drive research and drive policy, because lab is the key backbone of health system. Sorry, there's a Wi-Fi here, keeps on popping, so it's really disturbing me. It's okay, I can manage. So, for us to be able to strengthen our profession, solidarity, we should have teamwork. How do we do teamwork? Let's have a teamwork. Let's communicate to each other. Let's not wait until we are coming for the delegate workshop is where you are meeting and catching up with your colleagues. Make sure you have networks and you have intercollaboration among yourself. The other one I'll talk about is our capacity building. How are we doing our capacity building as or professional growth as lab profession? We have started, the KMTTB have started CBD, and I hope all of us here have attained the 50 plus. And we have not attained. Why? We should ask ourselves, am I really, if you go to those sessions, because we have been attending them, you see already whatever we are running, some of the things you did in school, you are not doing them wherever you are. And I really want to congratulate Kakamega County for starting CBD points. Let's come up with our CBD points at county level so that we can encourage our own. And when we are, those teams are offering CBD, are we participating? You can reach out to them and give a talk, and be able to earn a coin or two. Because if I join Kakamega and tell them, as Lucy, I want to give a talk or a topic on this, see, they are going to pay me kitu kidogo. Ama nitaenda tu niwike hapo na wamelipo hiyo 50 bob. Sawa. I encourage you to make sure that you have professional growth. Without professional growth, you don't know where the world is going. Mentorship. Do we mentor each other? I'm so happy our colleague here could identify somebody who have mentored them. Where we are working, some of us might be exiting the field in the next 10 years. How many people will you raise your hand you have mentored? Huh? Do we have mentors? When you hear Sakwa is now in the Kakamega board or somewhere, do you go there for advice? Anne here is a resource. Sometimes we exchange notes with Anne. Anything I want to do with food hardware, I'll reach to Anne, because to me, I've not been doing, since I left school or since I got employed, I've never processed a stool sample. I've do other things. But Anne could be supervising people who are doing that. When there is new ailment, I'll reach to her. So let's be able to mentor one another. It doesn't matter which county you come from, but let's have that one, the union. Let union power continue even in our profession. As we are fighting for our rights, as we are let's talk to each other, not at each other. Let's learn from each other. Strengthening Kumro County chapters. If you don't strengthen your chapters, I have had their chairmen, their treasurer, their secretary. I'm so excited even to hear that. Several counties are represented here. I used to wonder, I was asking Nyakudi, how do you run this union and with limited resources? But he told me now people are waking up, and now I confirm. Because at where we sit at the APEC, because our parastatal is at national levels, and you see the work ahead of us. We had a sitting where we were developing a scheme of surface which is going to affect everybody from the county level, from the lowest grade to the apex, up to the research, even the national level. So as they are working, let our county recruit more members. Jameni recruit watu. Sijaisikia mtu Kilifi ama Kisumu akiniambia ati kuna watu wa union wamekuja kuturecruit. Ama muna recruit tu kwa county? Huh? Oh, am I talking to myself? Huh? That's comrade power. Comrade power. Let's recruit. The union, I'll tell you, thank you, Mr. Gikera. Gikera is here. As a board, Gikera will tell you, he works in the board, became a TTB board, na most of the time ninaangalia kwa mtandao, watu wanaandika maneno, board haitutetei. Board haiwezi teta. Board is the government. Kazi yake ni kupeana license na kuangalia regulation according to the act. And if they make noise, they are making noise to who? They are the government. So it is you who should raise your voices. Because those groups I normally see, people writing, saying like the board is not doing this, the people are doing this, but you are the people to strengthen the chapters and fight for your rights. Improving diagnostic quality. We have to make sure that whatever we are offering is quality. We should strengthen our disease surveillance system in our counties. We should also support clinical decisions. As I told you earlier, that we are the ones who change policy. The data we produce from the labs, they are the ones which change policy. We should also labor to make sure that the people who are employed in our counties, the people who are working in the projects there, they are meeting the standards as per professional, our laboratory profession. In conclusion, I will not take your time. I'm heading somewhere. I've just told the chairman. We need to have unity and solidarity as a profession. If you don't have, if we are not supposed to fight each other or talk to each other. all these groupings, we should come up with one. You might find some of us are in this group, sijui nasikia kuna LMSK, kuna hii, but what should be combining us is one thing. We are all up officers. We are all up professionals. And what we should deliver is to make sure that all our professionals, as other candidates like medical doctors, are respected in the healthcare system. Because if you don't raise your voice, you are not going to be you are not going to be respected. One day I was very mad with a scientist who told us, as we were developing our HR instrument, and told us, you lab people, your work is to pipette. Your work is not to pipette. You should think beyond that data you produce from the lab. As they are making the decision, you should be part of that decision. Because, as he told you, AI is coming. AI, you put AI, my BMI, my height, it will tell you your best, blah, blah. But if you have malaria, or you have TB, not unless they do diagnosis, will they know that you have TB? What will they treat? So let's stand up and make sure that we are not just felt like we are there, but we are part of the healthcare system in Kenya. Thank you.
See, we have been really reminded of key things, being someone who like reading and writing. When someone mentions things, you note them down to help you. Because when you do mentorship, at times we do mentorship to the peripheral facilities and even to the training institutions to bring up good leadership, professional leadership. And you must have what you can share with them that makes them know this. We are moving from medical laboratory personnel walking with sputum in the pocket, walking with blood in the pocket, in the name of I'm going to get 20 bob, 50 bob. But we are going to where, if I am the patient, do I trust the personnel who is going to diagnose me? Because today you are the personnel, you are used to carrying things in the pocket, and you know what can happen with sputum there and even blood, which will turn to be like a paste. Now, when you are the one who is sick, you expect to be given a quality result. I always tell people, don't wait for the KENAS or the NASA team and the CAP of US and the NABOL of India and all those to come and accredit you. Of late, once you know the 12 elements of QMS, then you can work you as a personnel to attain your quality within the lab, making sure that I do what is right, so that result that you are releasing, you have authority and power over it. Sometimes doctors ask you, do you believe in this result? And you even don't know what to tell them to make sure that the results you have given out is as accurate and precise as what the patient is having. So that is, I think those are the things that we're being encouraged here. And teamwork. This far we have reached is because of teamwork. This far we have reached today. If it were not for you delegates, ODP would have a serious challenge outside there. Peers will be having a serious challenge outside there because we will not give them easy time. But here we are, I still just say thank you. When Madam Ann was giving us the speech, we also received a guest. We all know Dr. Manu. And where we are today, he has a lot of history with this profession, from where it started and where it is. We young people will learn. At times I see Sitati. Sitati one day asked, let us say present. Those whom we were with in the class, say present. Then I see he starts by himself, Sitati, present. Then I see my parasitology lecturer, Dr. Ngwara, present. Then I see, are you getting that? Then you say, okay. So they were once in the same class. And the books of clinical chemistry that is giving us stress today reading, Sitati, kumbe he was just in the same class just the way me pia nimeka class. I can equally sit down and give a book to guide people what to do the way he did. And do we really tap from them because they are still there? These people are still there. You know, now, you see everybody running to a powder farm. Even Gore, people run there. But when the man was there, nobody would run. They will only know your impotence when you are no more. But when you are there, they cannot tap wisdom from you. Until we have reached, I would like to welcome Dr. Mamo on the podium. I know or I still give him time to settle? Okay. Oh, yes. Let me come this side. We follow the order, you know. Kwa spell ukipitisha client, umepita client anakuuliza, kwani mimi siko important? Ama yule, not until you explain to them, huyu alikujia sugar, itachukua 2 seconds, results yake iko out because I'm just doing fingerprint. Na wewe yako malaria will take 30 to 1 hour because I have a lot of things to do, staining, drying, water, reading. Are you getting that? Hapo pia tunalearn we are always not communicating to clients rightfully. So until now, I welcome you on board. Thank you. DJ, music kidogo, as you welcome in. Music kidogo, you know, soothing soul. Huh? Yes, thank you.
So Chairman, Secretary General, my senior Lucy, Mamo, Deputy Director, National Blood Transfusion Services, members of the union, good morning. I think, I wish I was here in the area in the morning. I would have listened to others. But unfortunately, as you have been told, you invited the registrar, and he informed me to represent him much later during the day. And of course, trying to find out where this place is. I don't know why you decided to hide yourself here. It's a place I've taken 1 hour to find out where you are. But I'm very grateful. I think my name is Rafael Gikera. I'm representing the registrar who had been invited by the union to grace this occasion. Let me say the union, I know it from its inception. I remember at some point there was some quagmire that they had been rejected from registration. And those who were the proposed officials visited the board, and they said that the board has been refused registration by the registrar of trade unions, and they had gone to court. So the court requested that we indicate what there are some unions that had objected to the registration of the NUMLO. I think Kenya Union of Civil Servants was one of them. There was another one for domestic workers. And I even court itself for a reason I did not understand. And I was tasked by the then registrar to sit down and tell the court what is the difference between medical lab and those represented by the other unions. And I think when we sat down, we wrote a memoranda to the courts. And when it was filed, the union was registered. So I'm part and parcel of those who registered the union. And the rest is history. But today I'm representing the registrar. Kenya Medical Laboratories Technician and Technologist Board. According to your constitution, for you to be a member, you need to be registered by the board. The purpose is that you need to be professionals, and that was one of the reasons we gave for its registration. And of course, like the Civil Servants Union, we were able to convince the court that we don't only work as civil servants. We employ ourselves. We work in universities, both private and public. We also work in faith-based institutions and many places. And of course, I don't want to lecture you on what you do because I know you do it daily. And I think my good sister Lucy has, at least I was here when she was finishing up. And I know since I've known her for all my years in the medical laboratory, she has done the justice. The only maybe message, because I was not given a written message, so I'll get the message from my head, is that KMLTTB work closely with the union and with the association in many of the aspects. Some we don't do it overtly, we do them covertly. I don't know, I hope you understand what I mean by that. The others, like this one, we can do openly, isn't it? Because usually we have different political climate in this country. There are times that it's good to be seen together, and there are times that you cannot be seen to be together. So we have to be, for us to survive, we are living in a political economy, and that is very important for you to understand. That you require to be united, you require to be the people who advocate for everybody who is qualified to be registered, and those who are not registered to be removed from practice. And you are the people who are supposed to fight for your welfare. I've just seen today, the union went to court and took a lab to court. I think it was about payment for, and they won the case. And I can now declare that the union have come to age, or has come of age. Because if you have won a case for one practitioner, when he was denied, he was paid less by 5,000 shillings every month. I think that is what I saw in the court ruling. And I think that is an interesting milestone, because that means we shall go far as a union, isn't it? Because that is an important milestone and a first step. So I don't want to tell you a lot about the CPDs because my sister had talked about them. But the CPD requirements is that the law says that you should have your license by 1st January. But since there were no CPD points requirements because of various reasons, we used to say you can wait up to March. But you have been charged. If you don't have a license in January, February, and March, who is covering you? Those 3 months, can KMLTTB say you are practicing legally? So we can't. So that is why we were required to ensure that by 30th of November, you have filed your CPD, because the law says that you should apply your license 30 days before it expires. And by law, all licenses for practitioners expire on 31st December. So when should you apply for the license? First off? No. Small mathematics. 1st of December you should apply for. That means you should file all your CPD points by 30th November, so that the month of December we are preparing your licenses for January. By January 1st, you should have a new license. That is the reason. We were doing things that were outside, and of course, Lucy is a member of the board, and she knows that we must, even if we don't follow the law, one time it catches up with you. Because when the question came that, why do you wait until March? We said the gazettement is expected. Your names are supposed to appear in the Kenya Gazette every 31st of March. But now, that is not meaning that you should not have a license from January to March. You understand that? Eh? So I don't want to tell you a lot of stories. I know I like telling many people many stories. But I believe I know maybe like a quarter of the congregation here. So I'm happy to be here and to see people I've seen maybe sometimes back. And I think I will report back to the registrar that the union is strong and it was well attended. Thank you so much.
Thank you for representing the board. That's so nice. You know, one thing I can say, a board has really come from far. Despite the years, more than a decade or so that I've been there. You know, today I can write an anonymous email and it will be responded to. If I have an employer who is disturbing me, I only use that kmlttb.info. And the next thing I'll be called. They have done it twice. So it means someone reads that email. and response. Two, when you need any, by the way, board, people think I work with you outside here. Because every now and then, tell us what happened to the board. We want to reach someone. Do you have a number for someone? Even yesterday, there is an hospital being opened in Kisumu, Acacia, and they want to register lab. I'm the one they call. I don't work with board, but I had to reach to Akina Cyrus and Kanana to link them very fast. You get that? So you should be paying me. We need to sit, we have a tete-a-tete and I get a payment for that. And that is good. Now, because our guest is still preparing, you know, ukitembea even in the hospital, when you want to do blood pressure, you want to do BP, when a client walks in, leave the client for 10 to 20 minutes at the bench. You know, at times we do things without knowing, then we get a spike in the pressure, then you tell the client you're sick, and maybe it was because of the activities they have doing, they have been walking. So lazima mwili itulie. As our guest is still relaxing, I've been requested to give some people who have also been in this profession, who can equally have history for this profession, at least to say something, and I've been told to bring Shadrach Oche on board. Is he around? Or he has walked? Oh, he's there. Shadi, what can you tell us about this growth in the union and lab altogether until where we are today?
Thank you very much, Pierre. I'm very happy to have all of you here today. The journey for this, our union, started way back, as you have heard from my dear friend, Gikera. I know you don't know me. So I'm very happy to see my boss is also here. I'm the Shadrach. We are the one who rescued this union when it was already down. It was already dead. We faced so many obstacles, abuses everywhere. But we said we must journey on. Through me and some few groups of us, and the team from Nairobi team, I still appreciate you. I'm very happy about you. We left that abusing environment, and we joined our own environment. This is where we started the journey. We said we had to rescue the union. We managed it together with the rest, and when we could not succeed, at the time when at least there was to be, we have what was it? When we are going to have I'm forgetting it about a little bit. This was the time of the Ottoman and the rest, and we had to come up with the rescue, and also sorry for that. Let me leave that one outside. After we were together with the rest, we could not move on. Everything became a standstill. And we had to go to the court. With the few of us, that one came now, Pius, Ottoman, and the few of us. The same court is the one that rescued us through the RUU team. That is where we started the journey, and we had our first meeting to make sure that we put in place the first neck. So at that particular time, we have been moving on. We have moved on up to now, and today we are soldiering on. I'm very happy with the way we have reached. We can see now the entire 47 5 of the delegates are here. Let us now guide this, our union, to the rest. You see, we are going to meet, you know, they're ahead of us, the CEOs, the nurses, and the doctors. We are going to get where we started with no coin at all. Now something is stepping in. We are contributing something. This is what is making us people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shadrach, for that. You know, Gikera said something that when we were in the court, I remember traveling every now and then with money from my pocket from Kisumu to Milimani Law Court. And unaifika kwa court unaambiwa tu it was mentioning. Yani umekuja tu kukaa tu kusikia inasoma, you go back to Kisumu. No one gives you money. Our lawyer comes out, tells you, the judge has been transferred to Mombasa. Case is not there. Again, you go back to Kisumu, you come. Until that day, maybe you always see that picture carried at the Uhuru Park. If you see the far end, you see a guy in a blue t-shirt written Dumlo. That was me. I was still tiny. But you see, we were walking this journey every now and then. And it tells you what happened. You go there, Kudea is there with you. Kudea is saying the personnel are in their union. Why should they have another union? You just go again, another union, domestic what? We have come from far, and we can acknowledge that. Until now, I'm still giving seniors Akanga from Kisii. Akanga, you have been requested at least to say something. If you're around, Akanga, just fart. He's outside, make it on phone. We also have Wakodima, a man who has really tried. In fact, he got all abuses on WhatsApp everywhere, but he remained to be that man.
Comrades, good morning. Habari ya masiku. I think I'm happy to be here today. And I would say I may not have met all of you, but I've talked to virtually all of you. Like tumeongea kwa simu for so long, tuka tunajuana just to make things work. Wakati huo tulikuwa tunataka kutengeneza NUMLO, I think we have been trying to reach out to every county. Kutafuta to bring at least everybody on board. Kupigia simu watu, kuwaelezea why we need NUMLO, kuwaelezea the complementary roles that KMLTTB, NUMLO, and ACOMULSO plays. Wakati tulianza kuongea mambo ya NUMLO, many people thought of why do we need NUMLO when we have ACOMULSO, when we have KMLTTB, whom we thought were not doing enough. And we realized that we did not know the roles of these bodies. We had to sensitize people that all these three bodies have different roles to play. It was then that people understood that there's a different role by union. There's a role specific for ACOMULSO. There was a role specific for KMLTTB. That is the time now we said, then because of labor rights, we must have NUMLO somewhere. So I think we started talking, we started the conversation materialized, we started to walk the talk. I think when we started, we also experienced hurdles that my brothers have talked about, the court battles by certain unions, Union of Kenya Civil Servants, who said that these people are ours, that they will not go anywhere. I think we were to fight those battles, and on 27th of July 2018, we successfully won the court battle, and NUMLO was registered. When NUMLO got registered again, it was not out of the wood yet, because we had to start again in fights. I would like to appreciate the pioneers of this union. Though at some point we rubbed shoulders with them, they did a great job. I would like to mention Dr. Adel Ottoman, who was our pioneer chair for Kenya National Union of Medical Laboratory Officers. I would like to appreciate Enoch, Brother Enoch, who was our branch SG, who was our Secretary General for the union as the pioneer SG. We have to appreciate a number of them, like Randa, like my brother Gerard Omolo, and so many others. These people took us, brought us where we are today. At some point, they have their weaknesses, but if it were not for them, we would not have had Kenya National Union of Medical Laboratory Officers registered. I think they fought until the union got registered, and we started recruiting members. I think during that period, there was some infights between the office of the chair and the office of the secretary general. The secretary general was saying he was the spokesperson of the union, and lazima yeye awe wa kusema. The chairman was saying, I'm the head of the union, and nothing should move without me. So, as members also, we decided to take sides. I was on the side of Ottoman. My brother Shakadrak alikuwa side ya Ottoman. Kina our current SG, our current chair, walikuwa side ya Enoch. Sasa we started fighting. Kazi ikakuwa vita peke yake. We couldn't move. Sisi pia tunasema lazima maneno ya Ottoman ifanyike, wale vingine pia wakasema lazima maneno ya Enoch iwe inafanyika. But where there is fight, nothing moves. So it reached a point tukasema we left those generals alone. Tukaanza kuongea sasa kama wafuasi. We started reaching out to each other as members of the union. Tukasema if we start taking sides as members, hii vita itaisha. So for this vita to end, then we have to form a broad-based government. Ndio siasa hii ishe. Tukakuja pamoja, tukasalimiana, tukasema now we have to move together. Na tukasema for things to move out of the hood, then sisi wafuasi tuwe wa kusema, si wafanyikazi wetu ambayo wanatuongoza. I think that's the time now things started moving right. We managed to have a system in place. And at some point, I think we said it is time now to have an election. When we had that election, we felt that the previous government was not doing much. They were having infights. They were not ready to come together. Factually, as the negotiations mingi, one of the negotiations ilifanyika Kisumu, just to bring these people together, tumwambie Ottoman na Enoch, mukae chini mufanye kazi pamoja. It was not possible. Hawako wanataka kusikizana. So as members, tukasema if these people don't want to sit together and work together, then we have to flush them out. So that is when we started the process of removing them from office. Tukasema wacha tufanye elections, democratic elections. I think that's the time now I formed personally the current NAMLO delegates WhatsApp forum. Mimi ndio pioneer mwenye alitengeneza hiyo kitu. When I formed that WhatsApp group, we now started recruiting people from various counties to come on board for the purposes of election. Because for us to do the election, we must have delegates in place. So we had to reach out to each and every one of you here, at least to come on board, to engage your WhatsApp group. Then we do our conversation. That is the time now we said, let's have an election. Our election, we wanted it to be physical that time. But because of financial constraints, because no one has subscribed, there was no finance to bring people together like now. Then I think our chair said, this is a digital world, we can do our elections online. Na tukatengenezewa mitandao ya kufanya voting. At the back of our mind, we did our campaigns, we knew Ottoman and Enoch are going. At some point, in fact, Ottoman alifungiwa nje. Hata kufanya Ottoman ali-outmaneuver. I think Ottoman was not even on the ballot. Sinivo? Not Ottoman, I mean Enoch, sorry. So Ottoman and the rest wakakuwa kwa ballot. Tukastukia within 30 minutes. Kitu badilika. Tulikuwa tunaona Randa alikuwa na lead. Tulikuwa tunajua we are having a new SG coming on board. Tukastukia at no given time power ikaenda. So power ilipoenda, result yenye ilikuja baadaye tukapata someone else who was vying as a deputy secretary general He's here. I think I need to appreciate him also. He was the Deputy Secretary General, but he happened to win the position of Secretary General. Ottoman naye akashinda yake ya chairman. Very funny faces come on board, but luckily, our current SG won the Deputy SG race. Ndugu yangu chairman hata alifungiwa nje pia. Alianguka. Then we had very funny people on board that did not represent the interest of the members that time. Then we said we cannot continue like this. Many people lost hope at that point. Wakasema now that kama hii election pia imeibiwa, then hii kitu hata inafaa iende to register a new union, sijui tutoke ndani. Sisi tukasema hatuwezi toka kwa hii. Hapa ndio mali tutamalizana. We successfully registered this union. We cannot move away. We must find our ways within. Then we recruited again a group of petitioners. My brother was part of the team. Tukakuwa a group of petitioners wenye walipeleka kotini hiyo election. Tukasema that election was not won fairly and squarely, and we have to challenge it in court. Yes, unverifiable. So I think when we went to court, things started, I think, going our way. Alafu tukasema sasa we must have an ADC. Luckily, the only hope we had in that team was our current SG, who is Pius Nyakundi. Nyakundi, as much as alikuwa huko, alikuwa anatusaidia kupindua hiyo nini akiwa ndani. So I think we need to appreciate him. Tumpige makofi. The same applies to our brother here, who was also our pioneer trustee. Yeye akiwa na our deputy SG, akiwa na Gerard Omolo. In fact, we had numbers in that neck who are for us than who are against us. And that is how we successfully overturned that government. We had another election which was free and fair in South Sea that time. I remember. Ilikuwa South Sea, sinivo? Tulifanyia South Sea, tukafanya election yetu vizuri. We brought the new team on board. I think that is, and that in brief is the far we have gone to make this union work. I think when that happened now, ndio mkaanza kusikia sauti yangu ilienda chini. Hapo mbeleni yote, I was very vocal, fighting at the slightest provocation. But when this new team came on board and things were moving right, I did not have any reason to fight. So that's why when you heard now the name Wako and the noises from the, in fact, people thought when I was writing some things on the walls, watu walikuwa wanadhani huyu ni jitu ya mtu. Only to find me in an ADC ni 1 GB. So I think I would like now to appreciate, I appreciated the pioneers of the union. I would also, I think, like to mention, I think we may come on board, maybe atakuja, mtu kama Gitonga, mtu kama Opondo, my friend. Then mtu kama, I think so many of them. AK is not around. My brother here, Dennis, huyu ndo sasa ndio alikuwa SG saa zingine hapa Nairobi. SG alikuwa mbali, pesa hakuna kuleta SG, so he acted as our SG in Nairobi on temporary basis. I think all this team came together, we successfully made our union to work for us. Currently, with the current team on board, the union is working, things are moving right, and in fact, they even deserve a better, a second term. Kabla tujaweka maybe. Yes. So I think that is all I can say. Yangu ni ku appreciate nyinyi wote. You have walked the talk. I think this team is here. I think the union is working because of the members. And the only thing I urge every one of us here, all those counties who are not subscribing, to continue subscribing. And ningeomba pia Bwana Chairman, at the end of it all, baada maybe sasa tuko na agenda, Obviously, maybe a few of us will be called also to speak. At the end of it all also, I wanted to make my parting shot on what we need to do, the challenges that we've experienced in counties, and what we need to do to move forward. Because in njia fulani ikikataa kufanya kazi, we must devise another way to make things work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Wakodima. The delegates have requested that the Wakodima cannot sit down without the union anthem, and it must be played. Wakodima, this union anthem is played because of you. DJ, weka kitu. That is Raila speaking.
We gonna run, from in our union make us strong. We gonna march forward in unity. Our union makes us strong. Then chorus then united we stand, divided we fall. We gonna march forward in unity. Our union makes us strong. In the chorus, united. United we stand, divided we fall. We gonna march forward in unity.
Our union make us strong. Good. You have heard the way. I always tell people there is no easy journey. Even for you in a social life, to have a good wife, you have really to struggle with her. Anakukataza, anarudi kwao, unapeleka ng'ombe, mfugo, mara nini, ndio kuwe na kitu nzuri. The reason why currently people do not have good wives is because the way we get them. You meet in town, ushapata bibi. No procedure. But you see what Wakodima has explained. That struggle makes us to be here strong. We have also people, he said that those who will get their time. Cecil will also tell us, Cecil, if you're here. We also have Aaron from Kiambu and Andedo, just to give us what they have seen in this journey until where we are today. Cecil, I know our time is gone, but we were waiting for the preparation so that our guest be ready. So as he gets ready.
Thank you so much, Ochieng. Good morning again. Is it morning? Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. Mnaendelea vizuri, eh? Leo nimefurahi sana that we are all full kwa sababu ya kupenda Namlo. This has been a good journey, and I can echo what Wako has said. Kuna wakati makelele ilikuwa ndio anthem yetu. We had to make that noise 2021. Actually from 2021 to liberate our union because it was almost dead. And now I'm so glad and happy that we are up again and running. So many subscribed counties, and even the remaining ones, like the one I'm representing today. I'm sure we are going to be subscribing soon. That one I know after 2027 chairman we are going to subscribe. Kwa now, yetu tunakayangia chini ya maji, that is Kirinyaga County. That is the union that has faced the wrath of county government. But we are still strong there. We are still bold in the county, having 24 members who have been dismissed since 2019 in June. And we are still strong. So I believe it is because of the union. Nilikuwa najiuliza, what if the union was not resurrected in 2021? Kirinyaga County hata sijui tungekuwa tunaongea aje. Because the outgoing, ile regime mingine mnaijua, they left us huko kwa strike na wakaenda. Tukabaki sasa kwa branch, tujipiganie na mama. minji minji, na si mama mchache. So you can imagine if the union did not come up strong once again, our members wangekuwa wapi, but they are still strong. They sent me to tell you bado wanangangana. And kutoka kwa hii ADC, we should also discuss the Kirinyaga County factor. We cannot be having members who are dismissed in 2019 with court rulings that have ruled that they be reinstated back to work, and the county government of Kirinyaga has refused to obey that ruling. We need to step up as a union. Tukitoka hapa hii ADC, Kirinyaga County should be number one agenda ishughulikiwe. Sisemi hatushughuliki, tunaishughulikia, but now we should come up from here with more fire. Like the chairman was saying, no, the secretary said when he introduced me that I'm part of the executive. For now, I'm part of Kirinyaga County being the chair lady. But I was selected as the treasurer, elected as the treasurer. I remember those who, wakati tulikuwa tunafanya that online, you all remember I was an opposed treasurer. But when the results came out, there was a treasurer. Results zilipotoka, nilishtuka sana. You know, I remember someone kwa WhatsApp delegate alinitext akaniambia, imagine hivyo ndivyo baba anasikianga nyama ikitolewa. Unaona wakati kanyama kako ukatafuna kako hapo uko karibu kufanya alafu unaona inatolewa na hapo unangangana nayo inatolewa. But let me tell you, I had to sacrifice my wanting, not, is it wanting? My need to be a treasurer. I sacrificed for this union. Like the chairman always tells me, union inaran kwa sababu yako, because we fought. Wako akikwambia we took petitions, we went to court, because the order regime was still, and they still bado inakatalia kwa ofisi. So wakati tulingangana tukangangana, tukaona hii ya treasurer inaleta shida, the registrar anasema musiposoti issue ya treasurer, I will not register the new committee. Remember, the union was still almost dying. And so I told the treasurer and the secretary, wacheni tu ni wachane na hii maneno ya kungangania hii kiti ya treasurer. Ndio registrar kubali kuregister union iendelee. And that I did because of the love that I have for this union. And I still knew I needed to still stay in Kirinyaga County to continue fighting for my members. So what else sometimes wananipigianga, I remember there is a time Moses in Kiambu was still calling me akiniita treasurer. Nikamwambia itabidi muvumilie mwenye yuko. Kwa sababu mimi bado niko na kazi nafanya wapi? Nafanya Kirinyaga. So when time comes, mnafaa mpigania union. Wacha mtu mmoja asishinde akisumbua akili zetu. I've been in touch with the NEC. Nimekuwa huko but silent member talking with them. And so I believe from today kwa EADC we will make very sober decisions, which even the registrar wa union akiona, ataona we are sobering up and we are moving forward. That is all I have to say for now. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You know, at times you have to sacrifice. If you're someone who has something at heart, you'll do everything possible to make it see the light of the day. And that is what Cecil did. And we thank you for that, because this union is here because of you. You know, I always say I sit back and I only talk when it is needed. And that's why even in the delegates wall, I think those who see, if you saw my last talk was when people were discussing about why the treasurer is not there. And I just commented quickly, I said, use the NAMLO's constitution. And someone also responded, did you understand my point? Then I left. So at times, you just speak less, but action. Like for the union, whom you will hear his voice, March Pius. Because that is him there.
Until where we have reached, I know I've cut some three who were to talk. That is Aaron and Edo and the SG Vihiga. You will get time. But I believe our guest is ready, so let us not eat into his time. We give him a time to at least say something. Dr. Mamo, you know, when I first came boldly to know Mamo, I always hear Mamo, was during COVID. You know, when you came to Kisumu, you will see a man mwenye uoni hata macho yake, ako kwa hizo gowns, hapo Kisumu County Referral, hapo Red Cross. That was me. Hata macho yangu ungejua. I'm fully dressed. Don't. People die, fall. Then when it was during this Madaraka Day, when he was being given that honor. And we felt it that if the government also can acknowledge the medical lab officer that has done a remarkable thing to this country, that was the best thing when I saw Mamo going to receive his honor. And here he is today, at least to give us also the journey, what he has known, and currently where he is, how he's helping lab. Thank you.
Wow. Is that Mamo? Woo. It's always good to be with colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Mamo, not mammal, not reptile, Mamo. Right? I think we need to smile a little bit. Yeah, we are here in our own evolutions. Nobody forced us, so why are we sad? What is it? I mean, we should be smiling. Yeah. You know, having a conference meeting of the union in Karen is not a walk in the park. I mean, guys, this is Karen. This is Karen. This is Karen. It has never happened in history. None of our union has ever done it. Board never tried it. I mean, it's history. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. I'm not well prepared, but of course, speaking to your colleagues is always humbling. And I have a small speech, but first, I want really to speak to us as colleagues, not as any other person, as colleagues. And I want to start with first appreciating my colleague, Kera is an old colleague. We've worked in that board together, early years. But I want to correct him. I'm not the deputy director. I am director of medical laboratory, the Ministry of Health. Second, I head National Blood Transfusion Services of Republic of Kenya. I'm not proud about it. I'm not bragging it. But I want you to go back and tell your colleagues the same. I think she left, I told her. It's important to recognize you one another. I mean, sometimes appropriately. I don't expect Oluga to recognize that. Yeah? Yeah? And I want to take you through the far you've come. I mean, it's unimaginable. I've never expected, but you've done it. Our association at Crimson never managed it. It's never managed at this level. They've done a lot of groundwork, yes. But that proud of visibility, that energy, I mean, I see in colleagues clamping for one another and being proud and smile. I mean, that is it. You know, in 2013, early 2007, I finished my master's and then I was posted to Nairobi. Then the colleagues there, they were all old. And they felt, oh, this young boy. So nikatupwa kwa KMLTTB. That's when KMLTTB was trying to set up system. Okay, that's when the Karibu Sana. That's when the KMLTTB is setting systems. And I was the first person to set those exams, those crazy exams. Wakati watu wanaanguka, I was behind it. The whole country, watu saba wanapita. 7 people. Proudly, I want to say I was behind it. Because this profession, I will share with you, I will speak to 5, I will share with you why. Why? And that's why you are here today. And that's why you are here today. Then, within that challenges, 2013, 2012, this issue of standards came globally. Accreditation of laboratory. So I and my colleagues, then from the board, I was posted, when things come muddy, I was posted to NHRL. Until by then the exams are everything standard. Akina Gikera were appointed board members, they came on board, and they started standardizing. Him and colleagues like Laban Onono, Sakwa, great colleagues, really excellent folks. And I was posted to HIV, and then the US government graded Kenya as, in terms of HIV services, in terms of diagnosis, as a country with a lot of challenges. Standards are not there. So we focused on accreditation with some few colleagues, around 6 of us. And we happened to have the first ever facility owned by government beyond the CDC lab in Kisumu and beyond the Ampat lab in Eldoret, and Aga Khan lab to be the first facility to meet ISO 15189. It was historical. 2013, that was. I mean, some colleagues are in their lower primaries or something like that. But it's good to reflect back. It did sit well with colleagues, But, where's the Pigana na Mungu? Then, somehow, the director of National Public Lab was transferred somehow, I don't know. I was the director, HIV laboratory service, the whole Republic. That's when I met with colleagues and quite a number of them. And out of then the ministry said, bring the files of senior laboratory officers. So I was the youngest. They were around 13. Ali, you are the former registrar, Nyamuni, the late Bunyasi, quite a number, Josephine. These are all colleagues who are senior. And I don't know what happened. I was picked to be the head of national laboratories. National Public Labs, 2013. So don't brag, but be proud of yourself. Don't fear. Age is just but a number sometimes, but respectfully, because age also counts. At that point, Gikera recalls, we only had 3 labs called national laboratories. The former microbiology lab, which is almost down, TB and HIV, which was just there. As a republic, we've never had virology reference lab. We've never had food safety reference lab working. We've never had quality management systems. We've never had influenza lab. I just want to encourage you guys. So we sat as a team and agreed, if we are removing the next 5 years, what happened? When you look back, utasema umefanya nini? Tukasema hapana, we have to. Today, we have a virology reference lab for the Republic of Kenya, where master's students go and sit and do what they want to do. Today, we have NIC, National Influenza Lab, focusing on only influenza. And for the first time, you guys confirmed COVID. First time COVID, any outbreak. We confirmed it. And it is you guys who confirmed it. So with all that achievement during COVID, I realized that the medical professions are not recognized in the whole setup. And remember, I was the one with my colleagues who were testing samples for His Excellency, the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, the former President. Raila, may his soul rest. I went with the Mary Okeo to his residence and collected sample. Yes, pale niliweka Uhuru, nile seta unikateka ndani. Just lab technology is there. Because you refer to yourself as, but I always tell them, Mimi, I'm expert in medical laboratory. And I sat with the president like that, like this. Then when I came back, within the national lab itself, there are colleagues who have never been to medical laboratory school or any colleges. And I to his registrar. He's also a member then. Sako and the other. And I told them, come and inspect national laboratories. Nikapeana file zote. Everything. For the first time, it has never happened. They inspected and they gave a report saying that there are around 18 people who are not registrable and they are working. So I wrote back to them and said, you have the law in your hand. Take action. So instead of taking action, they reported me to Susan, the PS. Now, Susan said, this one lazima tumtoe. Tumpeleke wapi? Akasema wacha tumpeleke Kenyatta ama KMTC. Akasema hapana, huyu atatusumbua. Pelekeni ye prison. Now, with the masters, job group R, the senior most, I look at it and I wrote back and told him, yes, I'll go. I have no problem. But let's be ethical. So they went back to the board. And the board said, so I wrote back and said, now, beyond national lab, inspect other facilities because you are putting people in quarantine with wrong results. They went out and did. Kemri, two labs, Mama Lucy then, and they are all quacks. I call them quacks because quacks is not those who have not gone to school, practicing what you've not been trained to do or registered to do. And one of our colleagues, not because this gentleman I've seen me, is a clinical officer, but a very close friend of mine. So his wife, Kambi, work on a COVID, and they shared bed, everything. So Kanitumania is a very close friend. He works in Mama Lucy there. And I went and collected the sample with a colleague, and we tested, and he said, no, he's negative, she's negative. And I wrote report because she was to be taken to quarantine. And Kagwe looked at it and said, who analyzed this report? Oh, this. And Kagwe said, apana, hii kuna shida. Mama wachana na hii fitina. Wacha, nikamwambia no. And we saved the family. Now with that, Kagwe got report. Lancet, it's called Lancet, eh? Wakati alipiga kelele. And it is true, they had their own challenges. But it went back to the same colleagues. They are told, you have to take action. They came back and said, no, your report ya mamo, lab inakuanga na error, it's not good one. Wachana nayo. The same CS. A decision was taken. Mamo, my deputy was quality manager head, Thomas Gachuki, and Kideka, we were said, wapelekwe. Because of our own colleagues. Enemy within. Your own colleagues is your enemy. Or your own profession. And that's why today you invite them, and they are not there. We must stand. Don't fear. We must put our heads up. And with that, I want to speak to 5 things today. 1, courage and professionalism. We must be courageous and professionalism within that. We must respect one another within that. I also want to speak to respect and dignity. Respect and dignity. If you don't know, the difference between modern medicine and traditional medicine is laboratory medicine. If not, you are practicing witchcraft. Because you're looking at me and say, you understand? So I told Amod that. There's a day Dr. Amod said, and I told him, Amod, you are a gynecologist. But on this one, you are wrong. The difference between you, the medicine that you are practicing, and the medicine that Mama Boga is practicing is diagnosis. That is the only, I have to take your sample and say, indeed, it is malaria. Because I bought a mama yangu in traditional medicines, may her soul rest. And she diagnoses us, but physically, anakuambia inaonekana. So don't fear. Then third, I will speak to unity and shared purpose. Unity and shared purpose. Because there's purpose that we share as colleagues. And I also talk to pride in our calling. You must be proud of yourself in your calling. Because this is a calling. It is a calling. There must be pride in our own calling. Okay, I'll speak to those 5. And allow me to read as I inject at one point. Distinguished colleagues, union leaders, fellow professionals. It is indeed a deep honor to stand before you today. A gathering of men and women who carry the unseen heartbeat of our healthcare systems. Yours is a profession built on science, accuracy, and service. Every diagnosis, every treatment, and every actions that clinicians, physicians, laboratory officers takes begin with your work as part of the team. Often unseen as practitioners, yet always essential. You are the quiet guardians of truth in medicine. Indeed, laboratory is the quiet giant and the guardian of the medical practice. But unseen always. I will elaborate that later. But colleagues, I want to speak about courage and professionalism. We live in times that call for courage. Courage to uphold standards when resources are scarce. A situation like this, when we know the union may have not had enough resources, but to host us in Karen. Karen. You know what Karen is in Nairobi and Kenya? Yes. So others look at and said, oh, tumepelekwa mbali. Mbali na wapi? You're in Karen. You're in Karen. Yes, you're in Karen. Courage to stand for ethics when shortcuts seems tempting. We must stand that courage. We know there are shortcuts, which is really tempting, but we must stand. Courage to speak truth respectfully when systems need corrections. We must speak, but respectfully when the system needs corrections. But we must do what? Speak. That is a courage, colleagues. True courage is not loud. You don't need to shout. You don't need to shout. I want to appreciate the gentleman who just went out. There is a day I watched on the TV, the Director General and people said, you know, clinic officers, you know, we need, and when those days they are not, and I was like, I look at, do they really understand? They have space in medical practice, a big space. The same to medical laboratory. So many colleagues refer to them as laboratory people. What is laboratory people? What is laboratory? Somebody speaks next to you and say, hawa watu wa lab. Hawa watu wa lab unamwambia mamo. No, you can't. It just can't work. Respect. Be courageous. It is quite strange of a professional who choose integrity every single day. When I was transferred, because of my stand, they said Mamo is corrupt. And my Gikera and the association failed to stand up and say no. Proof. But I told them, proof. They failed. That's why today I am where I am. You must stand for the truth, regardless for your profession. Regardless. It is found in those late nights in the lab. Remember those late nights you are in the lab. Remember, there's a program, His Excellency President recently told the CS of Health that it is painful to hear that a mother has died because of PPH. And so in the meeting, I said, so there's PPH, you have your gynecologist and nurse. Will you stop that PPH? And they said, yeah, Mama, what? I said, it will never happen unless the lab officer is there to ensure the blood that you are transfusing is safe. It's not just blood, but it is safe. And for your information, from January, any blood pipe that comes from national blood transfusion must up there have the name of the laboratory officer and registration number. If that will not happen, count on it, it will. But the purpose is to prove to our colleagues that we are not just there. We're not just there. But look at it. You work in Nairobi Hospital, the private hospital. You generate a result. Then hapo katikati imeandikwa consultant pathology. So, and the lady is in US. It happened to me in Nairobi Hospital. One day I went there and my sample, the result, it came up with the name of a colleague whom I know, but then hapo. Then both of them are friends. And I know she was doing her master somehow out of the country. And her name appeared. And I called him and I said, nani ali-analyze kitu? Ni wewe ama ni huyo? Kanambia mamo ni mimi. Mbona majina zake zinapia hapo na? And what is it? Who is responsible? Kanambia ni rules. Nikambia there's no rules like that. And I shared with the registrar. It must change. Because that's why we have a union. That's why we have association. But most importantly, that's why we have a regulator. If my result is not trusted, then I should not be employed. Yes. And that's why we sit in lab late night. But nobody recognizes that. They call it routine. But for what that is called, call. You are called. That is a call. Then there's something called allowance to that call. But you are there. But we must be respectful in all this. Those long hours ensuring every test is accurate. That is called professionalism. Those moments when you choose the patient's safety above all else, that is called ethics. Let us remain courageous, brethren. Never compromise on quality, regardless of the circumstances, because it will haunt you. There is a reason why God put you there. There is a reason why God put you there. Never, never in your life compromise on quality, regardless of the circumstances. That is called courage and professionalism. And you got it all. I want to speak or say something about respect and dignity. Colleagues, respect is the foundation of all progress in life. Respect for ourselves, respect for our peers, respect for our colleagues in the healthcare workers. It doesn't pay, I know, for some people, but it does if you really understand the purpose. When we treat one another with dignity, we strengthen the unity that holds our professions together. A union is not only a platform for negotiation, brethren. It is voice of values. They are not just there to negotiate. There are value in it. There is value in it. Look at where the medical doctors and pharmacists are. Even the clinical officers, they are far much better. Not because he's here. The nurses, but the medical laboratory officers are far much better now. Because of one, respect and dignity, not for ourselves, but for the people that we serve. But we must work with other union. You must work together for the purpose of saving lives of the innocents, beyond our own benefits. A reflection of the honor and discipline that define our profession. That is the union. That is the union. A reflection of the honor and discipline that define our profession. Union is not about just shouting for our remuneration, but there is a shout for honor and discipline. When I was honored by His Excellency the President, the way he said, all my colleagues shouted, they celebrated. And they said, yes. But after 2 months, I was humiliated. They thought so, by transferring Mamo. You'll never kill the spirit of nomads. You cannot. And more so, the spirit of those who analyze stooled. I work in a health center where there's only one microscope. That's why I began. Sikuanza kule juu chini. A place called my corner. There's no network. There's no road. I think maybe Wako knows a little bit. We put our water, our drink water on the donkey and travel to that health center. But for the purpose of saving humanity. And therefore, respect is important. Dignity is the most important thing. Let us be known not only for our demand as unions, but for our character, professionalism, and respect in every engagement, brothers and sisters. We must be known for those. I want to speak again to unity and shared purpose. We must be united. We must have that instinct in our head that we are one and we have a shared purpose. Though we work in different counties, colleagues, facilities, or cadres, the purpose of union is one. Improve, not just the way the public thinks, our livelihood, but the safety of the people that we serve, the patient that we save their lives. Our mission, therefore, is one, to safeguard public health through reliable and ethical laboratory practice. That is our purpose. That is the one voice. Colleagues, we speak. When we speak with one voice, we shape policy. When we speak with one voice, we do what? We shape policy. Reflect on that. When we act with one vision, we build a stronger, more respected profession. The Ministry of Health recognizes your role as the backbone of disease surveillance. I told you, the COVID was killing hundreds of Kenyans. But had you guys not said it is COVID, they would not save those lives. My brother here is a clinician. He understands that value. A true clinicians, a true physicians recognizes the value of medical laboratory practice. Recognize the value of laboratory medicines. And if they don't, they are not the true practitioners. They are not. And they will never be. Emergency responses. What happens during emergency responses? Do you know the best practitioners in ICU, they call laboratory works. Umepeleka mgonjwa wako ICU. Ameenda coma. You don't know the source. So you first look at blood gases and all those things and say what is going on, electrolytes and those things. To give the clinicians and the physician what goes on in the life of the... What happens if that lab is closed? What happens if that blood transfusion center is closed? And it should not be closed. It should never be closed. Because the God who created you and the humanity knows your role. But you must be firm. You must be professional. Your work anchors universal health coverage. It is the anchor of the universal health coverage. But they don't know. But we will tell them going forward. But yourself, you don't know. That is the problem. We need to educate one another. We need to educate one another. They call it primary health care. Who are the lead practitioner in the primary health care? Wakena nani? If the names are mentioned, your professional name will be mentioned there for your information. Secures the health of millions of Kenyans. That is your practice. That is your expertise, colleagues. Together, we must continue to advocate for recognitions, for resources, and for reforms. Not as adversaries, but as partners in national development. Let us not be adversaries, but partners in national development through our professional practice. Of course, guided by our union goals. That is about them. That's about others. But I want to go to pride in our calling. Why are we called medical laboratory expert? How many of us believe that you are expert in our own field? Recently, a discussion was generated on our WhatsApp wall about full hemogram. There was a discussion, and quite a number of us lost it ourselves. Because we failed to interpret results that we generate. And you expect the clinical officers, the physicians, the nurses to interpret appropriately for you. No. You interpret for them. That's why you are there. Because it is your result. You generated it. You signed it. The physician, the clinicians, based on your result, will generate a drug and or treatment or a treatment plan for that patient. Jointly, you deliver the patient. But there is a calling in that, colleagues. My friends, ours is not just a career. It is a calling. It is not just a career. It is a calling. It is a calling. If you look at the physician, the clinical officer, my brother is here. Their own stool, wanatupa, wanama inanuka. But science needs to help them diagnose and make a decision of that patient. Who is that behind it? The world over, 70% of patient file is laboratory reports. Have you heard that? But you've never used it. 70%. So somebody sits where mom will sit and say, oh, wachana na hawa watu wa lab. Watu wa lab wapi? These are professionals. Speak professionally and people will respect you. Every slide that you put under microscope, every blood sample, every report you sign carries the hope of a patient somewhere in this republic and beyond. Know that it's not just slide. It's not just a blood sample. It is a hope for someone who is in ICU. It's a hope for that person. You saved millions of cancer patients. Millions of cancer patients with that slide in a laboratory. Simple blood grouping, which is done at level 3B, it saves millions of mothers at the ANC level because their blood group could be O negative. What happens if they conceive a positive the baby? Nani anajua those hematologists and blood transfusion? Sasa ni nini? Yeah? Sitasema, but it is important, get to know that. And therefore, if you don't do it accurately, you frustrate the lives of that family because she will not receive or conceive again. You frustrate. That means you have a value. We may not always be seen. You may not always be seen, brethren. But our impact is everywhere. Your impact is everywhere in the four walls of any hospital or healthcare delivery systems. In the quiet of the laboratory, science speaks. It is science. When somebody has been on TB drugs and not improving, who will save that patient? Be truthful, who will save that patient? Bruce. Yeah, my brother Gideka will save that, Gikera will save that patient. A patient who has been on MDR, on TB drugs for 6 months, then second round 8 months, and is not improving. The clinician says that this patient is not improving. I put him the appropriate treatment. What happens? Yeah? What? No, what is culture? You refer to lab experts for guidance. Respect yourself. You don't know your value. Because you can say there's no growth, there's nothing. That is where you come on board and work with your colleagues, physicians, clinicians, and tell them, look, this is it. In my opinion, let's handle it this way. And that's why I want to challenge Gikera now is here to go and challenge the board. We have microbiologists, bacteriologists, hematologists. Why are they not recognized, registered as experts, as a consultant in that field? And the act is clear. Why? No, you are not. You are not. It must be gazetted. We want to see in the gazette notice. The law allows. If a pathologist is gazetted, why not? Last week they gazetted around 300 of them. Why haven't you gazetted? 20 years since the board was born. The union, please speak for us. Speak for us. It's not must we work in government setting. We can have our own farms. But we must be recognized. So not everything you run to ministry and shout, even to our regulators. You need to tell them, oh no. I mean, if they've done with their union and they are solely respected, why not medical laboratory professionals? Why? I saw we have somebody, a professor, and in there it's regarded as technology to what? My foot. The union, please, you don't need to fight. Work with them. Work with them. Through that, this voice of the union, colleagues, patient finds healing. Patient find healings. So let us hold our heads high Wacheni kujita watu wa lab. You must hold your head high as a professional. Lazima kiucha ufanye nini? Serve with humility. We must serve with humility. Humility, sorry. And remember always, brethren, we are not just laboratory staff. We are the health of healthcare. We are the experts. That is called pride in our calling. Wajua wale wanaabudu Mwenyezi Mungu sana, those who are born again and saved, na ama wale wanajitanga sisters ama padre, they said it is a calling. Pastor is a calling, sindio? Ama sheikh is a calling, right? This is a calling. Healthcare is a calling. That's why you stand late hours saving the life. Where I come from, hakuna stima. Hamuna stima. So when I went back home last month, actually in September, I lost my father-in-law, so I went back. And I visited the health center. I met a colleague, a clinic officer, helping a mother. It was around 3 a.m. na iko na gari, so nikapigwa mlango nikamwambia peleka mama, saidia mama. Apeleke mama walete ngamia kupeleka, it's a distance, so nikaenda. And that gentleman, I felt, he saved that mother, he delivered that baby, it's a complicated, without a power light. There's no light. There's no nurse. There's nothing. He's alone. And huko juu wanasema vile walisema. And I look back and I said, at the county headquarters, they are around 80-something MOs and those consultants, and none of them were there to save that. And it is midnight. And nikamuuliza, Abdi, na wewe, ni nini? Kaniambia, mamo, let me just save life. It's painful, but it's a calling. That is his word. This statement I got from Abdi. It's a calling. Delivering a mother safely without power. There was no power in that facility. Sola walishindwa kubadilisha battery, ikakufa. And he was expected to deliver. And he did. There were only 3 staffs. Wale wengine wamelala. Because they have to change. That is a calling. And that's why during COVID, you sacrifice your own life. Collecting very precious sample from somebody. You know, I did not go home for 3 months. No, 3 weeks, sorry. During COVID. Tunatestiwa, tunakaa kwa natural lab, kuna ofisi yetu, we turn it into mattress, tunaweka chini nalala. Isn't that a calling? My brothers and sisters, in my closing remarks, I want to say, as you gather here, in unity and reflections, because we must reflect on ourselves, I urge you, be courageous in principle, be respectful in conduct, be united in purpose, and above all, be proud of the difference you make every single day. Don't expect everybody to recognize you, but be proud. May this union remain a beacon of strength, professionalism, and service to our nation. May God bless you all, brethren, and bless the noble work of every medical laboratory professional in Kenya and beyond. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mamu.
I'm available for any questions.
Good. Yes.
And I want to say this union. I know I'm not a politician, but I need to speak this. Akina Kideka is a staff, is not a board member. You're still the technical, right? And I know the board is almost exiting.
It existed already.
They've not gazetted. But I just hope those of you who are responsible for nominating, please nominate the young professionals. They had a lot of value. So that they join the system and learn. We need to mentor. We are all leaving. Some of us are leaving the next 4 years. We need to mentor our colleagues. Please tell them, let's include at least 1 or 2 so that they learn. I started, when the old guards, I work at the safari. I work at the safari. So safari mentored me. I know Safari Mwasia. We were with Gikera. They mentored us, though he's a little bit my senior. Yeah? That's why mentorship. Yes. Yes, sometimes they used to call me, sorry, shifter, because I always tell them, no, you're sacrificing the profession. When I tanga huyu ni shifter, I tell them, yes. Yes, those are the days when any Tom, Dick, and Harry can do laboratory medicine. Yes, anybody, any institution can open and you do it. And I told them no. And we won. Tulishinda, niliwaambia tulifanya exams 1,150. Mimi na Safari Safari is my boss. No Safari, Sitati. So, only 100 passed. Wengine walianguka. Nikasema I will not change the result. Nikaambia mwalimu, hii hatutabadilisha. Gikera alikuwa kwa board. Tulienda kwa board. Akasema hapana, we will not approve this. Nikaambia, it is not your choice. You are not the one who is responsible for marking and setting exams. Your work is policy. Either change the policy, but the result has to. Yeah. And that's why today you are respected, because everybody will wake up and tell people that wewe uko na malaria. Wewe uko na. But things are changing, and for good. So please mentor them. Include them. And the world over, because Poleni, I want to tell he is a clinician. Juzi, a consultant came to me. Ako na mtoto ambaye ni sickle cell. And very painful, And he's been transfused in several facilities. He's a consultant, pediatrician. The mother is a consultant, anesthesia. None of them are exposed to HIV and hepatitis. And the baby is. So and they call me and say, Mamo, just advise us. Why did the rain start beating us? Maze, mtoto, iko hivi bwana. Nikamuuliza, transfusion imefanywa wapi? After the history, akaniambia, sita mention some hospitals which are non-hospitals within Nairobi. Nikamwambia, ujia wale wana transfer Mbagadi, we know the results. Hii yenu pengine. Then it occurred to him, he said, Mamo, I never respected some of you guys, these clinic officers, these nurses, and these lab people. But I've realized that indeed, this service is important. Kamwambia hapana, you've not realized. It's only that it hit you. That's why you realize it. Colleagues, I want to tell you, because Kikera is here. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry has brucella, positive. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry akona typhoid, you widow, positive. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry mobile healers. Colleagues, we are frustrating the other side of the health practice. It just can't work. It just can't work. Everybody has a laboratory somewhere. I'm a consultant in a lab. It just can't work. It just can't work. We need to change. Look at SHA. Look at SHA. Where I sit at the National Blood. The last 4 months, I received around 72 hospitals. Within Nairobi itself, I think Dennis went out with Dennis. He works in Nairobi County. All of them requesting to be recognized as transfusion facility. Okay? Which is okay, saving life. Then when I went to the data, the laboratory that is registered under SHA, there are thousands, not hundreds. Then I ask myself, why are these people shouting that I want a kazi? Why are they not employed? Why medical laboratory officers are not employed with all these facilities? Why? We need to connect. We need to connect colleagues. You can't be on our own island. We must work with other professionals and colleagues. Yes. But we must take charge. Second, because I want to speak for the colleagues who have graduated with their degrees and they are still at home. There are over 350-something companies registered in Kenya to practice laboratory products. Wale wanaleta, wale wanauza, wale wana manage. Mko wapi nyinyi? Where are you? Ikera, where are they? Don't wait for the government of the day to employ us. We must employ people ourselves, colleagues. Let's network. The important thing of union is not just about fight, it's networking, creating forum like this. Umeongea na huyu ataongea, mkubwa wa kliniki wako hapa ataongea na nyinyi, mama amekuja amewaambia, let's network. The power in life is network. The power in life is network beyond your immediates. Because I expect the blood practice, blood transfusion. Tunatumianga blood bag. Wezi leta, wajua sisi, mimi ni nomad na kunywanga maziwa hata damu ya ng'ombe. Tunakamua, wangapi wako hapa wamepractice hizo? I'm the only one, eh? I'm sorry, seniors. We still do. But for human, that's wrong. Now that blood bag, I ask the companies that are doing for the Republic, I tell them, from January, we must have a registered lab practitioner to tell me about that bag. And it is happening. I'll show you it is happening. It is happening because of the lives of Kenyans. Remember, in transfusion practice, the patients don't have option of second opinion. It's always emergency. The clinician anasema HB of 6, urgent transfusion. PPH, urgent transfusion. Yule mama, yule mtoto ako na nafasi ya kupata second opinion. Who is the second opinion? Ni that blood is safe. Because the physician trusts you. The clinician trusts you. What about the product? Because you don't do it clinically. You use systems. Now your product, trust nini? Do you trust the kits that you are using for screening of blood, for HIV, for those 4 markers? Yeah? Sasa is the regulator ananiambia it needs validation, and they are not doing it. Yes. So do you expect union? Please, union also speak to it. Because you speak for patients. You speak for Kenyans. Because out there, sisi tunaona wengine at the ministry level, tunaona nyinyi mnapigania tu your colleagues. But you are speaking, sometimes fight for Kenyans. The third, I want to ask the union and the regulator. The curriculum of medical laboratory trainings must be changed. We must move towards doing laboratory medicine. Isiwe mama wamekosa, wengine wanaumia. Hamuna haja, I'm old, I am exiting, yes. But we are there for generations. They've done in Nenda Asia, they've done it. In Africa, 3 countries have done it. What is it? Do it 5-6 years, you are called a doctor of laboratory medicine, period. It's not a choice. It's not. But who are you expected to do? The ministry? No. Nani?
Us.
Us. Us. Colleagues, that is it. That is it. Hakuna mahali mtu wote atapeleka any profession. Forget about it. Sijui na amtaki, sijui profession hii, sijui. Hakuna mahali mtawapeleka. It is historical. It is gone. It is gone. Hata union wote wa kondoka, there's nothing there, we know where they are going. Watabaki, mtabaki. But don't be just there. That professional career path must be developed. And the only way to get out of it, with cancer, you know, non-communicable disease is a major issue now in this country, and it's all about diagnosis, colleagues. Daktari huyu atasema, nenda kwa lab. Lab anasema, imagine, histology samples inatumwa mahali inaitwa Moyale. Have you ever been to Moyale? Nani amefika Moyale hapa? Thank you. How far it is? Very far. Sample is sent from there. Inakuja Nairobi. Inakaa 3 weeks. And the physician and the clinicians are frustrated. And the laboratory officer there has no idea. It's painful. We are failing our own practice colleagues. We must speak out. Yet, there's a time I agreed with Dr. Njue. May his soul rest in eternal peace. And we started a program at University of Nairobi for cytology, master cytology. And there are over 100 of them now. Some of them are PhDs. And they have nowhere to practice because the labs are not there. As a regulator, you have a role, Gikera. A role to sit and advise the cabinet secretary and tell him this one is wrong. And this one is what we need to do. But a role to partner with them. So sometimes we forgot, we blame the Afi House so much. Yet we failed. Mamo is an Afi House. I failed to speak up for the profession. Yes, I failed. But I need your help. Because if I speak out, I'll be hit the way they've done it during COVID. And you keep quiet and you shout and say, help. How? We must work together. It's not a personal issue. It's about, yes. Ningeongea sana lakini it is lunch time. Na lunch mimi naweza lipa.
Okay.
Sawa?
So,
tuko na ngamia.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, tuko na ngamia. Ngamia iko. We can pay for lunch for our colleagues. What is the problem? Yes. Ndio.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Time is much spent the way Dr. Mamo has said. But I want us to clap for him in a very special way. 321. 321. Thank you so much, Dr. Mamo, for that. Guys, he has reminded me of one thing. And clinicians, this is Peterson, this is very important. A scenario that I see, and I'm still tackling, a patient who has been on antibiotics from year 3, now is 47 years, and has been having wound persistently from that young age, to an extent that grafting was done. So this patient presents in my lab, because I have a lab somewhere. And I tell the patient, let us just start by doing your fullemogram, a complete blood count. And when the patient comes as a lab personnel, I see neutrophilia extremely low. As a lab personnel, I think of what drugs has he been using? Is he having autoimmune diseases, or is he having an inflammatory? Then I realize of those years, all these years, this client has been on NSAIDs, diclofenac. And you know how that destroys neutrophils like shit, render you very vulnerable to bacterial infection. And this client still has the wound to date. And you see, when they walk around, they don't consider lab as very important. They continue treating outside there. So it's you, wherever you are, to ensure. For the past 2 days, I've been sent like 11 H. pylori, and only 1 positive. And all these have been initiated on omeprazole, PPI. They come, niko no chungu hapa, ulcers. You got ulcers, and they don't have. So that tells you how you're very important, what Dr. Mamo has said. And again, another thing I've captured when he was doing tests to president and the team. You know, at times, a lab can make you break through. You know, the first time I met Raila was only when I was sent by Dr. Ellen Ogola to go and do COVID test when he was getting his second jab, Moderna, for vaccine. You see, you will see them, and that's why you're told, always stand, to an extent that when Mamo needs a lab technologist or a lab officer,
you are the only person he thinks of because he knows the quality of service you shall render. But the moment even your manager cannot recommend you to go and do some test when he's not there, ask yourself, who are you? What benefit do you render to that laboratory? Are you getting that? So we are not here to go and make noise about the union helping people, but you are incompetent as a lab officer. And again, one thing we have to know, US is advanced and Europe is advanced because they consider medical laboratory science as key. That's why when COVID was here, you will hear us busy talking about where are nurses, where are clinicians? But US was asking, where are medical laboratory scientists to diagnose for us those who have COVID? We have impregnated the idea of care and treatment in the mind of locals than diagnostics. Where anajua nikipewa dawa mimi nimepona, nikinaswa pale kwa kitanda, nimepewa dosage, I'm okay. But who found that I am sick and the causative agent of my illness? Where is he or where is she? They don't know. They don't know where you are. And you are the one who identified what was causing those symptoms that made them to come to the hospital. Even us, I know we have even laymen who are here. And you know, they are surprised when they are hearing Daktari talking about this one. Oh, this is a unique profession. Otherwise, we still have 2 guests, and our lunchtime is also here with us. So allow us, maybe they use the minimal time, but right now, as a union, we must also hear from a union so that we know how we coexist. We know the milestones that other unions have made that maybe we need also to follow on these footsteps to be there. At that juncture, I would like to welcome Peterson just to tell us more about union.
Hello. Comrades, power. Comrades, power. When the unions, najua hiyo? Najua? When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there shall be no greater power anywhere beneath the sun. Bado hamjashika? But what strength on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity, solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. What to allow? Power. Very nice. Laboratory scientists. Power. Very well. Chair Odipo and your SG Pius, Bwana Safari, my friend, we have worked together for a long time. Mr. Mamo, I think he has stepped outside, and Gekera, my good friends who have been interacting. So I'm here today on 2 capacities. Of course, one as the chair of the Kenya Union of Clinic Officers, and also as the current chair of the Health Union Caucus, where we sit with the officials here when we have issues of common interest. But let me say that I think the speech that was given here, kama haujaokoka leo, hakuna mtu anaweza kusave. You are beyond saving. But let me start by highlighting a few issues. And the issues I was actually intending to talk about. And don't worry, Bwana MC, I will not take a lot of time because much of what I wanted to say has been said. Nobody is coming to save you. Nobody is coming to save you. It is upon you to save yourself. Nobody is going to define you. It is yourselves to define yourselves. And I say this not out of gist or because it is fashionable. It is because it is from experience. As a clinic officer, as a founding member of the Union for Clinic Officers, and I'm sure most of you here are founding members of NOMLO. And I think we must celebrate the late Right Honorable Prime Minister, because I know many of you do not know, but if it were not for the new constitution, you would not be here today. Before 2010 constitution, you were ranked together with the disciplined forces, the military and the kind. You could not form unions. Hiyo wakati tulikuwa na akina Safari Kithi, wakajiform kwa something called KHPS, ndio ilikuwa inapigania watu. You are not allowed to form a union. So when we got the 2010 constitution, we were also liberated as health workers, and that is how we are now able to have unions of our own. Now, as laboratory scientists, because I think that's a term that summarizes all of you, the different categories. What is your niche? Because that is what he was talking about. What is your niche? Do you know your niche? Do you know? You're not confident, well. Do you know your niche? You know your niche. If I were to go anywhere and ask the health administrators, governors, those people at the policy, do they know your niche? Because it's not only about knowing, it's also about ensuring that those who are responsible for policy and administration, they also understand, because you don't employ yourselves. If I were to ask Mwananchi, what image do they have? What is their perspective of a laboratory officer? You must always realize that a professional image is not about Odipo or Pius. It is not about Safari or Mamo. It is a collective effort of the entire profession. And for you to be able to get there, I just want to give you a very short story about our union and how we came into being. And I usually tell them they're very lucky because they don't have anybody they are competing with. For us, we are Israel. We are seen like we have taken somebody's land. And for us, we have to always be on our feet fighting. The day we stop fighting, we are done. Sometimes that is the motivation. So when I graduated from Egerton University and I went for internship, we found ourselves somewhere in the WhatsApp and we were asking each other, why is clinical medicine so disorganized? We finish, we go and scout for our own internship. Once you scout for your own internship, you go back to the council. They give you the necessary papers and logbook. You go for internship, nobody follows you up. Then you finish, you go and give them some more money, and you get a license. And so we were asking ourselves, why is it that the doctors are so organized and we are not? Why is it that they are paid and we are not? And we reached a point and we asked ourselves, we introspected and asked, and by the way, who are we complaining to? And we realized there was nobody to actually complain to because the council is part of the government and they cannot be able to agitate. And that is how the ideology of the Union for Clinic Officers was born. We decided, hey guys, why can't we meet in Nairobi? And I remember the first meeting, we were 14 of us. And we started from Facebook. By then, I know Safari Kithi knows my brother Tomno and the others. They were so much against it. They used to call us the hot-blooded young boys from Facebook. We were very young. Some of us were in internship. But we had a vision. And we stood with that vision. But there is a very important question, because I remember we did our first application. And when we did our first application, we were denied. We went to court. our petition was dismissed. Some of the people who we were with, they dropped off and they left some of us to go back and file another case for the second time. But there is something one of them asked me that I don't think I'll ever forget. And the question he asked was, what is our problem as clinical officers? Is it unity of clinical officers or lack of a union? And that is the question I want to pose to you. Is your problem the union or lack of it, or is your problem the unity of yourselves? You need some introspection to realize where your strengths and weaknesses lie. For us as clinical officers, we learned the hard way because for so many years, we were just fighting amongst ourselves. And I'm so sure that you know this better than I do because I know you have had a fair share of the same. We came in at a time when the person who represented us at the police in Afia House, the chief clinical officer, the council, and the association were not seeing eye to eye. And that is why today we came together and we said we can never go back there. Right now there is something we call top leadership. Our representative in the ministry, now we have a director, the council, the union, association, every quarterly, we come together on a round table. And we asked ourselves, what are the issues affecting clinical officers? We list them, we strategize, and we ask who can do it better. If it's the union, you give to the union. If it's the association, you give to the association. And this is the reason some of the milestones we have been able to achieve is because of that unity of purpose. So fellow leaders, I think what I want to ask of you, you must strengthen your institutions. You must strengthen your institutions because we have a chance to learn from many other unions and from many other organizations. Do not fall into the trap of a strongman syndrome. You know, the strongman syndrome? Yenye tunasemaga hii union ni fula. Tukienda branch fulani, hii ni branch ya fula. That is very dangerous. It is very dangerous. Always prioritize building institutions over individuals. Because an individual can die, they can lose interest, they can be bought by government or whatever else happens. I don't think I need to emphasize this because we have examples out here. And you can see what has happened to some of the unions that were once very powerful, but nowadays they are divided, and that power that they had is not there, simply because they built individuals. And when the individuals changed, then they went with the power that they had. Now let me ask again, what is your value proposition? You know what value proposition means? And you know, I'm just borrowing from what Mama was saying. I really hope you are recording that speech. I know it took long, and some of it kulikuwa na mahubiri kidogo. But please do not lose the points. What is your value proposition? When you tell us that the governors are not employing you, the government is not employing you, whose mistake is it? By the way, whose mistake is it? Whose mistake is it? Why? Because you must be able to sit down as a profession and you make a value proposition. You must sit down and ask yourselves, what is the value of what we do? By the way, there is nobody who does not know what you do and the value. But they may not know the value it has on themselves. We are very selfish as Kenyans, and especially those in administrations. If you can be able to sit down, look for a health economist. let them quantify the value in the population of having a laboratory officer in place. Move even beyond that. Look at SHA. When it comes to SHA, it is the quality of the service that you give. In the world we are in and in the world of the future, we are in evidence-based practice. Hii evidence inatoka wapi? Inatoka kwenyu. So you are actually at the center of medicine. But the question is, do you realize? Munaelewa kweli? Munaelewa? Unajua hawa nawaulizaga hiyo swali mara mingi sana. Hadi imekuwa deja vu. Do you really understand your value? Then if you understand your value, what are you doing about it? And I think the best advice I would give you is, please sit down. Look for those people who are endowed with knowledge, with the writing skills. Look for consultants. Whatever you call that position paper, investment paper, or whatever, make your value proposition. Tell Kakamega, you have this number of laboratory officers. These laboratory officers, this is what they have enabled your county to be able to gain from SHA. This is the much they are able to protect your citizenry within Kakamega. And if you are to equate that to money, this is how much they are saving of your people, because they are not bedridden sick, they are able to produce and contribute to economic growth. Once you do that, also, can you be able to show the gap? That this is the number that you should be having according to your facilities. And if you are to have this is actually the amount of money you would be having from SHA. And this is also the percentage in economic growth that would be projected. Because people will not be misdiagnosed. They will not spend more days in hospitals. They'll spend those days working and contributing to the county. And the same to the country. And if you can be able to do that, then I can assure you, these people will start realizing. They'll also see the value to them. They only see the value to others and the value to you. But the moment you show them the value it adds to them, especially the politicians, I can assure you, the issues of employment and what have you will be sorted. But then, another thing is that, I hope I will not be borrowing everything from Mamo today. Also, the practice that you do, there is nobody else who can do. So if you are to come together and open regional model labs, you'll also be able to employ yourselves. You're not competing with anyone, you know? You can enjoy the monopoly actually. And you're not even as many as we are. So you have a very good opportunity, and especially given that now SHA can actually approve a lab and be able to pay, for you to be able to do an investment. But other than an investment, you can also be able to employ your colleagues. Sorry, unajua kuna zingine hapa. Ni lazima urespond. So, and I think the last thing I want to say, I also know that you have very many categories. There is one principle that Baba had. I have been a follower of Baba. I know some of you are surprised. From my background, you don't expect what I'm saying. I've been a follower because I'm a revolutionary by birth. You must always use the principle of gather all, scatter none. Hata hao sijui mnasema sijui wanakaa aje, sijui hawajasoma ya kutosha, sijui wako aje. Can you look for a way of bringing them in? Because out there in the village, huyo jamaa kona certificate sijui ya nini, ndiye anadiagnose watu na ana misdiagnose, na sisi tunasema ni nani? Mwishowe tunasema ni nani? What happens to your collective image? Ukiuliza mtu huku nje, watu wa lab kuna shida, si ndio? Because the image is collective. And lastly, tuambie watu wetu waache ukora bwana. There are guys who are opening labs. Some of them hata hazina machine za kutosha, inakuwaga lab stroke clinic. Unaenda pale, unaitishwa mkojo, hata sidhani ina analyze yako wa mahali, unakuja unaambiwa UTI na hata wako na dawa. Tunaweza tafuta pesa bwana, lakini tutafute kwa njia ambayo inafaa. But if you can be able to pull together your numbers, if you can be able to pull together, come out with a very good investment plan, and you plan on pulling resources together and open your labs, you'll not even have those. Mtajiri how? Please ditch this notion of wanting to succeed to succeed as an individual. Any business that outlasts many challenges is a business that is co-shared among several people. Several people who can be able to bring in good capital. Tunaelewana? Nadhani nikimalizia niseme you are doing very well. I know when you were starting there were a bit of hiccups. I was involved in some of the processes of mediation. But you have really picked, and you must appreciate your officials. Please appreciate them. Because they came in and they embraced humility and they were actually willing to learn. But never forget the challenges that you had, because it is from the challenges that you had that will help you in future not to repeat the same mistakes. When you build an institution, and what do I mean by building and strengthening institution? I mean that you respect your constitution and your different organs. When we have an office of the chair, when we have an office of the SG, it shouldn't be an office that is run the way the chair or SG thinks. It must be an institution that is governed by the constitution and bylaws. And the measure of a good or strong institution is one where even if it comes a time you have an idiot in office, it will still run. Unaelewa? I have a very good example in the US. And I'm not calling anybody idiot. But you can see the country is doing quite well. Though the person who is there, kidogo ni kama kichwa haiko vizuri. Until you have structures that are strong enough such that even somebody without that requisite capacity can sit there na atoke na acha institution ikisimama. But when you build your institutions around individuals, they are going to live with that institution. Watakufa nayo kama vyama vya siasa. Sorry? Kama vyama vya siasa. And you know it strengthens your bargaining power. I think I've been bargaining for several years now. When you sit there, wacha nikwambie kitu. Labda sijui kama mmeambiwa na your officials. Do you know negotiation is a science? You don't just appear and bang the table and say tunataka hii, you must be able to strategize. I happen to understand a few things from the side of the government and from the side of the union. Before they come to the table, they analyze. They go and sit somewhere. Wanaulizana, na hii numlo hii, iko namna gani? How is it governed? Who is strong there? What is the emotional capacity? Huyu tukitusitusi kidogo atalipuka, atupe laini. They analyze you actually with your personality. And they will select people based on, kuna mtu amewekwa tu hapo kukugonga. Juu anajua, huyu tukigonga mara 3, thought process imeenda. Tunaelewana? And as a union, of course, you must be able to do the same on the other side. But when they analyze and find out that you have credible institutions, you have credibility, they know that when Pius and Odipo are sitting on the table, they are not speaking from their mood and emotions. They are speaking from a decision of their neck, munaita neck, from their branch, executive, or munaita ADC na SDC kama sisi. Yes. If they know that this is a decision that was taken by all the officials across the country, it will be different from when they know, huyu jamaa ni yeye tu, tukitoka pale nje tumuite nyuma ya tent, hii maneno imekwi. And that is why you will see that KMPDU always wins. There is no other secret. It is because whenever they say something, the operatives in the government, they will know, ini madaktari wanase. So always ensure that whatever you are doing, whenever you are representing, your message has the credibility that the message is coming from your members. Karibu katibu. Na mimi naomba nimalizie kwa hayo, na asante sana kwa mwaliko.
Thank you, Bwana Peterson. And that's why we wanted at least to hear from another union perspective, so that we see the challenges, we see the mitigation criteria that they come up with and how they assess the risk factors that are available, and they were able to pass through that and become victorious at the end. So as LAB, these terms that I've just spoken, risk assessment, mitigation, these are things you talk about daily when you're talking about QMS. And I believe you have people who can really do that very well. At this juncture, we have received many visitors. Our time is also far much spent. And the food is also now getting cold, according to what I've heard. And I will request through the chair to give us the direction. Okay, I'm told we need to break for lunch. Then when we come back, we introduce those who have joined, our guests, and give them time to give a speech. So we are out of time. And if we can do it within 30 minutes, the better. If we can do it. So we try as much as we can. We also need here to leave early. Some are going far. So let us arise, get a word of prayer for the lunch, and we break. I'll give who feels he or she is spiritually filled and can really pour some spirit.
Hello, colleagues. I hope the morning session has been very nice so far. Let us believe and pray. Mighty and everlasting God, thank you so much for the morning session. Thank you for the success that we've had so far. Lord, we want to break for lunch. We pray that you may bless and sanctify the food, and in a special way, remember those who have nothing, and may you provide for them. In Jesus' mighty name, I pray and believe.
2:05, we should be here.
We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, for I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I'm working in power, I work in miracles, I live a life of favor, for I know who I am. I'm working in power, I work in miracles, I live a life of favor, for I know who I am. Where He says I'm at.
We expect our speaker to be short and precise. I'm saying we expect our speakers, the two remaining speakers, at least to consider time, they be short and precise. You know, now people are saying short, but again they also don't want to settle. So that we shorten this time. I would like to hand over this microphone to our SG, at least to welcome the speaker. Pius Nyakundi, I would like you to welcome our speaker.
Good afternoon. Mumeshiba. I know once people have taken lunch, mambo itabadilika. And because we know today is on Friday, and people have traveled from far, we want to be very brief. So don't get bored. We'll take the shortest time possible to finish up. May I take this opportunity to welcome my colleague, Secretary General for the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, Gibore. Kindly give your remarks.
Asante sana. Comrade power. Najua tumekula. Na hiyo kukula inaweza fanya uchoke sana ama kuwe na nguvu sana. Lakini najua tujaketi sana, si ndio? So when we say comrade power, unafanya power. You demonstrate the power, si ndio? Comrade power. Comrade power. Comrade power. Nimewasikia. Nikisema Nyakundi unasema power, si ndio? Haya. Comrade power. Comrade power. Nyakundi power. Numlo power. Kakamega power. Si nimeona mtu wa Kakamega hapa. Ni kaunti gani kwa mgomo sahi? Mko na kaunti gani kwa mgomo sahi? Siaya peke yake. Nairobi iko kwa mgomo? Hapana. Na wako silent. Ile ni salary parade. Hiyo ndio inaitwa mgomo, si ndio? Very well. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is George Gibore. Najua kuna wale ambao hatujaikutana. I want to be very short and precise because I know that some of you are tired. Mlisafiri usiku na mkafika hapa na itafika pia wakati ambapo mnataka kupumzika. Nataka tuongeleshane kama mandugu, si ndio? Kwa sababu agenda yetu ni moja, kwamba tuweze kuwakilisha watu wetu and we improve their welfare. People say welfare. I normally say their pocket because for us we look for the pocket. Tunatafuta mfuko watu watumie na hata association pia ikate. Mtu wa association yako hapa? Kuna mtu wa association hapa? I always tell our association, sisi tunawatafutia pesa mkule. Kwa sababu sisi ndio utafuta pesa. Hawana kitu ingine wanatafutianga watu kwa association. So, I think I have a long history with NOMLO.
When Numlo walikuwa wakianza kazi, tulikuwa na gentleman alikuwa anaitwa Ottoman. Is Ottoman here? And saa hiyo tena nikienda kwa county ananiambia yeye ni director. Na saa hiyo anasema yeye ni chairman. Wakawa na fight na another gentleman pia alikuwa anaitwa nani? Wanyonyi. Wanyonyi na yeye bila anafightiwa na yeye akaamua kunyonya union. Ni mimi nawauliza mnapigania nini? This union is so big. If you register union, you know they struggled because when walikuja kwangu mimi ndiye niliwapeleka kwa Dr. Gibson Kamau Kuria. Nikamwambia hao ni watu wangu. Gibson Kuria akawachorea akamwambia hivi ndio tutaenda. Union ikakuwa registered. And he told them wakati ilikuwa registered kabla hajawapatia certificate, he called me. They were there and I was seated. Wakaulizwa because there was a Ottoman alikuwa ametuma message kwamba certificate ya registration isipewa kwa general secretary. Yeye ndiye anakuja kuchukua. So he told me I'm sensing danger. That's what he said. Na wote wamekaa. Akasema these two people they are all officials. But as we have fought well, we have registered a union, now they are already fighting about a document. This document means nothing if you cannot represent your people. Na ili happen hivyo ama haiku happen? They ended up kuzunguka hapa town tu Nairobi peke yake. Ilikuwa Nairobi na Homa Bay, si ndio? Nairobi hapa Nairobi na Homa Bay. Basi hiyo certificate haikuwasaidia. Na nataka niwashukuru wajumbe wa Numulo kwamba mliona mkasema lazima tubadilishe na mkatupatia viongozi ambao ni wazuri. Your chairman and your secretary general ni watu wazuri. Ni watu wazuri. For the short time we have had them in the leadership, there are people you feel. Unazunguka, kuna wakati nina drive asubuhi, ninafika Isiolo, napata chairman alilala Isiolo. Tunaingia na yeye mkutano. Ninatoka hapa jioni nalala Isiolo, nikifika Marsabit nakutana na Nyakundi. Nyakundi alilala huko. Unaona? So hakuna mahali nimeenda nikawakosa na nimegundua wako na ile leadership inahitajika. So kama juzi nilipokuwa Siaya, watu wenu hawako wameingia mgomo na walikuja kwa mkutano, si ndio? Mtu wa Siaya kwa hapa? Si nilisema lazima muongee. Walikuwa nurses wanasema eti amuja register issue zenu, hata employer akataka kusema hivyo. Nikasema provided they are here, they will talk. And I listed all the issues and I presented them. So sisi kama healthcare workers tujue vizuri adui wetu ni employer. Akitoka hapo, kando ya hapo kuna wale ambaye wanataka kujichukulia mamlaka yote, wanakuwa tena adui yetu. Si ndio? Sisi upande ule wetu kuna watu wanaitwa MO, medical officer, wanaongozwa na Dr. Amoth. Huyo ni adui yetu. Kwa sababu kama mtu anakutangazia eti hutapata plot na plot inagawiwa, huyo ni adui yako ama si adui yako? Na yeye ameshajitangaza namna hiyo. Kwa hivyo sisi kama clinical officer na Numulo, we have one agenda, si ndio? Agenda gani? Agenda gani? To make our people's life better. If you cannot do it, please don't struggle. This union ni ngumu, by the way. Ni ngumu. I'm the one who registered the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. Sometimes watu wanauliza huyu Mukuri alitoka wapi akakuja kuongoza union ya clinical officer. But inauliza wale walikuwa wametangulia walikuwa wapi hawakuregister union? Mimi nikakuja nilipoingia shule, nilienda shule realize I was in Meru. We were the pioneer there. Nilipofika pale hata library haina vitabu ya clinical medicine. Nikalete mgomo Meru. I did 3 migomos in Meru. Nilipotoka huko na hiyo moto, nikafika hapa nje, nikaambiwa kwenda internship eti lazima uende kujitafutia, na sisi hatulipwa. Wakati huo medical officer wanalipwa, and they had started also paying nurses officers who were doing degree. Nikasema hapa ndio viti itaanzia. Nikaenda Kisii, nikafanya interview, nikanyimwa internship. Ni uzuri, nikaitwa kuja kufanya interview hapa Armed Forces Memorial. We were around 26, they wanted 12, I was among wale walichukuliwa. So hapo ndio nilianza kuplot kuregister union, nikiwa hapa Nairobi. 2011 mwezi wa 11 ndio tulikuwa na mkutano wetu wa kwanza Santon Hotel. By that time ninaangalia watu, naongea, unasikia kuna wale wako na hoja na wengine hawana hoja. Mimi uzuri nilikuwa nimejisomea, nimesoma hiyo Labor Relation Act kutoka peji ya kwanza mpaka ya mwisho. So ninajua, lakini wale tumekuja na wao hawajui. Wananiona mimi ni intern, wakaniweka deputy chair by that time, a deputy secretary. Tukaenda miezi 4, waka realize they don't understand, wakarudi wakaniweka chairman. Sasa hiyo tukizunguka zunguka. But ile uchairman ndio tulijaribu nayo ya kwanza, tukaenda tukaangushwa, na tukaenda kotini bado tukaanguka. Nikiwa chairman, by that time I was doing more of the general secretary's work. So wakati tulirudi tukijireorganize, wakasema huyu mtu nafikiri kazi yake vile amekuwa akifanya ni general secretary. Mwenye alikuja kutudefine haikuwa mwingine, alikuwa Panyako. Panyako akakuja akasema huyu ndiye mnaita chairman. Hapana, kazi kila siku anafanya ni ya general secretary. So yeye muweke general secretary. That's how I got the general secretary position. Sasa na leo nataka niseme na nirudie kwamba uongozi bila nia na bila kujua unaenda wapi sio uongozi. Nyie wote ni viongozi hapa, si ndio? Na kiongozi yeyote lazima akubali kuongozwa wakati mwingine, si ndio? Union zetu kwa saa hii mahala tulipo, if you are to rate the unions in the health sector, which one will you rate the best? Huh? Which one will you rate the best? Si ndio? Hata mimi nasema ni Numlo kwa leo, lakini ukija kwa yetu nitasema ni kuko. Na ni kweli, nataka niwaambie Numlo have done very well if I was to judge them for the time the two gentlemen have taken leadership. Wapewa yao. So hata hii wakati ambapo nimeona uchaguzi inatangazwa, sitaki kusikia kelele. Government uses uchaguzi kufanya kelele kwa unions, so that walete their own, wakuja wa plant hapo. Ninyi mna struggle and you don't move anywhere. And I should encourage them, don't take anything from the government. I have gotten so many offers, but I don't take because I like my integrity. Leo hii hakuna government officer anaweza sema amenipatia 50,000 despite I have been given. Kuna wakati nilikuwa sijaona hata $1,000,000. Kidero akani offer 8 million and I refused. Akanifuta kazi. I struggled, nikawin na nikarudi ile kazi. So he is no longer governor, but I'm still a clinical. So you can be threatened by the employer. Wakati ambapo mnaogopa hawa employer, mtu anakutishia chief officer ako na tamu ngapi? Wengi wako na 3 years, wengine wako na 5 years. I always tell them, juzi huyu si wa Nairobi ameniambia she cannot promote our people because it wako na diploma. Watu wako na diploma can only end up at J. Nikamuuliza, we have a career guideline, what is it for that you cannot follow? That's what I can do. Later alone akaniambia, Gibore, sio mimi niliambia clinical officer wasisome. Nikamwambia, madam, you are so personal. Akaniambia, Gibore, don't talk to me like that, you are my employee. Nikamwambia, go fire me today, but I can promise you, you will stop being a CEC when I'm still a clinical officer in this county. So don't dare tell me that unanitishia. When I come on the table to negotiate, I'm equal partner. Don't look at the papers. Ulinipata nikiwa employee na bado utanipata nikiwa employee wa Nairobi. So ile nasema, I'm emboldening you. Let no chief officer threaten you wherever. wherever. The only thing they can do is to put, and most of the time even hawananga emotional intelligence, anaendaga tu anaandika vidocument hapo amekufuta bila kufuata procedure. So that is how we defeat them. So I know niko na maneno mingi naweza ongea, na sitaki kuwaweka sana, si ndio? Mumepata recognition agreement, si ni kweli? I was happy. Mimi nilipata recognition agreement in registry wa 2017 mwezi wa 7, mwezi wa 9 I had recognition agreement na everyone. CBA imenichukua hiyo miaka yote mpaka leo hii. CBA ile nimekubaliana nayo na subiri signature ni ya Minister of Health. Council of Governors hawajakubaliana, lakini nimewafikisha hapa because court imewafikisha hapa. They will sign it. And I will not need anything different from what the national government is giving me. Mnasikia? Now, there is a big challenge in the negotiation of the CBA under the counties. Mumeona Panyako vile amefanya? Panyako is negotiating with individual counties. And you see, what we call a CBA, collective bargaining agreement, is a policy document. So can you have 48 policy documents? And juzi nimeuliza mahali, magavana walikuwa, na ni gavana wa Mombasa na gavana mwingine. Nikauliza, nyie mkisema kila kaunti iko na uwezo wake, gavana, simuanzishe kwenu, gavana wa Nairobi alipo tofauti, gavana wa Garissa alipo tofauti, kwa sababu uwezo wa hizo kaunti hazifanani. Hata ma MCA walipo tofauti. Why do you think that a clinical officer who have been trained centrally na from one institution can be paid differently by virtue of different counties? Kwani hiyo pesa wengine wanapata wa Garissa inatoka Somalia ama inatoka Kenya na inatoka National Treasury? So they were defeated. They have agreed, actually we'll be having a meeting very soon so that nimalizane na wao. So it is what I'm saying, as a leader, do your survey, research, have evidence. Sindio? Don't just argue. Have evidence. Wakati ukiweka kitu kwa meza, mtu anaona kwamba huyu ametushinda. Sindio? Let me give a good example. Jana nimekuwa Tana River. Huyu alikuwa amenialika, ningelala huko. Sasa nikasema amenialika nikuje mkutano hawa viongozi wenu. Na sitaki kumiss, kwa sababu ni vizuri tusemeshane, your win is my win. There's no way clinical officer wana win na mtu akukataze. You will still win. Nikauliza County Public Service Board on one issue, walikuwa na victimize watu wangu. Nikauliza, nataka sasa tufungue your HR manual. Nionyeshe mahali inasema mtu wa kurelease watu kwenda shule ni County Public Service Board. Because wana criminalize watu wangu wale wameenda kwa shule. Wanasema they were released by the department, not the board. Wakakosa mahali. Nikawauliza, have you delegated your responsibility to the county to the chief officer? Yes. So anaweza transfer na anaweza fanya anything else. Akasema ni kweli. Nikamwambia, so there is a delegated responsibility. Akasema ni kweli. So wakati walikuwa wote mpaka county secretary, nikamwambia mapigano yenu wawili, County Public Service Board na chief officer, isikuje kuumiza watu wetu. I left them there discussing their issues because in any case they are the problem. They should not bring their problem to us. The last thing I need to say, we live in an era where government is willing and working to weaken the unions. And they can weaken you by penetrating you or changing policy. Sahi mumeona KMPDU inaimba government kila mahali, si ndio? So you think they are right? Wanaweza kuwa wako right, watu wao wamepewa pesa kutoka last year mpaka this year wamepewa bilioni 4.7. Ukweli uongo? Wanaweza kuwa wako sawa, si ndio? So what I'm saying, I've seen there people saying walipewa bahasha. Siwezi rule out. But pia wanaweza kuwa wana support government because government imewa support. So tell me, why should you support a government that have not supported you? Mtu amepewa bilioni 4.7, probably CBA yako itakuwa inaitisha around 800 million na bado unakatazwa. Why should you support that government? Why should you support that government? Tumefika mahali, we will have to see how to work, because the hostility inaenda mpaka hata kwa koti. Unafita uko kwa mgomo, koti inakwambia urudi kazini na uko na matatizo, watu wako hawajakuwa promoted for 2 decades. Mumeona hiyo? Kuna jaji mwingine rafiki ya Wanyonyi anaitwa Nzioka wa Makau. Ako wapi siku hizi? So there are government malls even in your judiciary, si ndio? Ukienda tu kesi ya union lazima ishindwe. But kuna wale wetu pia kama Nduma Nderi, hakuna siku government inashinda kesi kwake, si ndio? Hata Ogada, huyo anaitwa Ogada, hakuna siku government inashinda, and they know when that case go there, they go actually retreat and they recheck there. So what do we need to do? We must work together. We must work together. There is egos tunakuanga nazo, that me clinical officer tuko na uwezo. Hakuna uwezo tuko nao tukiwa wenyewe. Any leader to do better must get the support of their people. Leo hii mkikataa muta support these people, wanasema twende mgomo ama tufanye hivi, amuko there. Government will never respond to them. But siku moja akisema tukuje 1000 Nairobi, mukuje, they will be listened to. Last year, sometime before election, our union was very strong, and it is still very strong. Because of that support, and that's how I managed to make a manifesto. We had sat down with my chairman, tukasema, we must ensure during this election, the issue on health must be a political agenda. Mimi nikaenda kwa UDA, yeye akaenda kwa ODM. Ile manifesto ya UDA, I was the one who was sharing it. Dr. Mwai ni mimi nilimulete, wale ambaye ni presidential advisor sahi. Hata Turanira. Mimi niliacho kwa nini? Kwa sababu politically I don't come from ile community yenye ni wengi. Sisi ni minority. We have no impact in government. But there is a time when it comes, they will know that my community is clinical officers. Sindio? Wameniitia kunipatia directorate position. Nikasema hapana, what I worked for you didn't give me. I'm not coming. And I don't go for it. Wakaniambia nichukue advisor to the CS. Nikakataa. Vitu kidogo kidogo, ukichukua kidogo kidogo, what God is negotiating for you, you'll never reach there. Don't take something small. Now, what have I brought to clinical officers? When I took up the leadership, our basic salary was 19,000. 19,000. Nikiweka pesa yote pamoja, we were taking home, because I was employed in 2013, that is shy some 3 years to 2017. Tulikuwa tuna take away home 34,000. Today, because nime improve now, entry job group ya diploma ni J. Ni pesa ngapi wanapeleka nyumbani? Double than what I was taking home. Sindio? The power of a union. Lakini pia nimewapatia call allowance ya 10,000. Health service allowance ya 10,000, 20,000. That is 30,000. Leo hii nasikia member anakuambia eti nimelipa sana kwa hii union, you are not representing me. Mwingine nimemuuliza umelipa pesa ngapi? Nikapiga mahesabu, siku ile aliingia ilikuwa 36,000. 36,000 mimi mwezi mmoja namulipa more than 30,000. Ile pesa sasa nitamuongezea na CBA. Actually, career guideline ikiimplementiwa, the least person earn, if it is well implemented for me, watu wangu, they earn around 16,000 on top of what they are earning. And then the 30,000. And then the 4,000 yenye nawaletea kwa risk. So nikamuuliza, mimi hii pesa yote nimekupatia, situkurudishie basi hii yako, urudishe hii ingine. Mtu miaka 6 amelipa less than 36,000. Na mimi mwezi moja namulipa 30,000 extra, actually 40,000. Watu wako wakikuletea hii, unless uelewe vile unawajibu, wataendelea kukusumbua. Unasikia? There is those who are called keyboard warriors. Ukiwaita mgomo hawako. Ukiwaambia hatu mtume apeleke barua tu, hawezi peleka. They act from behind curtain, hata hawezi toa kichwa aonekane mahali yako. Alafu hizo ndio nyang'au zenye zinakusumbua na wewe unakuwa na ulcers. Mnanisikiza? So the sacrifice we make as leaders, it cannot be paid. Haiwezi lipwa. Mimi mpaka leo hii, clinical officer, I hope chairman was here asikie. They pay me less than 100,000 per month. Unanisikiza? Because we made a mistake. Tulianza na 500, kutoa hapo upeleke mbele ikakuwa shida. Afadhali wewe ulianza na ngapi? Ni mimi nilikumislead, najua. Because wakati ule nilipoanza tulikuwa tunaona iko sawa, lakini uchumi ubadilika bana. Leo hii kesi moja, hakuna kesi hata moja utapeleka kotini na haikudai more than $1 million. I have 56 cases in court. Either una defend mtu mmoja ama una defend the whole county. I have arrears in Dr. Gibson Kamau Kulia 11 million. The current advocate Dr. Taka 7 million. I collect how much per month? I collect 2.2 million. 2.2 million, 40% iende kwa county, ubaki na 60% ulipe ofisi na ulipe wafanyakazi wengine. You have no money. Why is the doctors doing very well? They collect 3,000 from their members, ndio? 3,000 from their members. Now, ukiweka hiyo pesa pamoja, wanakusanya pesa mingi. Let me say Panyako at least ndiye anajua. Panyako collect more than 27 million a month. So, Panyako earns 3.7 per month. Huyu, mnamulipa 50,000 per month. Ni allowance, si ndio mnaita malipo, si ndio? Jana I was talking to my members. Members ananiuliza, tunafikiria yangu nakula hata million. Inatoka wapi? Wewe hata miaka 6 umelipa kwa union haijafika million. Million itatoka wapi nilipwe? Sisi, the iniquity in the imbalances there. Now, achana na hiyo. A branch secretary wa kitu inaitwa Kenya Government Workers Union wa Nairobi earns 3 million. 3 million. A branch secretary. You have a national general secretary making noise, moving from county to county, risking their life on the road. Alafu, munampatia 50,000. So then, mukienda hata mahali kwa table, these people, they look down on you. Just imagine umeenda na hiyo kitu inaitwa Bolt. Na hata general secretary wamekuja na V8. Ni uchungu by the way nawaambia. Ni uchungu nawaambia. Sasa mvua imenyesha na alipiga kwanza umande ndiye afike kwa barabara. Si ndio? Akafika Nairobi kwa sababu alikuwa atumie matatu, akienda hiyo mkutano ameshachelewa, si ndio? Ngoja nikupatia good evidence. Tulikuwa tumeitwa kwenda parliament. Mimi nimeenda saa hiyo na X-ray yangu ninajiamini. Nani alikuwa mbele yangu? Tulikuwa na Davji. Davji ako na gari gani? Ni Prado. Prado ikafunguliwa ikaingia, yangu ikaambiwa tafuta mahali ya pake. Now today, if you want to meet honorable members of this government, even CSS, PSS, you need to go to Serena. Kuna kakikombe ile kadogo ile ya kupima mdomo moja. Kali unasipu mara moja, si ndio? How much? At Serena? 500. 5? Ikiwekewa cookies around, uto cookies tudogo, ni 800. Now, ukienda kuona CS ama PS, unatakiwa kubeba bahasha. That is why, ukiona mtu anasikiza KMPDU, si kwa sababu ni watamu kwa maneno, ni watamu kwa mfuko bana. I'm summarizing to say there is no decision in this country you cannot buy. There is no decision in this country you cannot buy. Haya kwa mfano. Nani alihongana akiandikwa kazi? Usiogope, onyesha kwa mkono. Nani alihongana akiandikwa kazi? Najua mnakataa. Aya, hata mkikataa, nisikize. Hey. You are victims, si ndio? You are victims. Now, mimi 2013 I paid 230,000 to be employed. Si ndio? Leo hii kwa county yule wanaitwa county au security guards wanaitwa nani? Makanjo. Nairobi ni 200,000. Uliza huyu. Clinical officer they were being employed. Shortlisting yenyewe ilikuwa 100,000. Alafu ukitaka sasa uweko unapeleka 300,000 to 500,000. There is no decision you cannot buy. If I have money today, if I was Panyako and I have money, I'll not struggle the way he's struggling. I will buy a seat. I will do what? I will buy a seat. Unominatiwa kwanza, ujiprofile, ndio ujue kwenda mahali yako. Si ndio? And I want to say we are here celebrating Baba. He did everything he can. Si ndio? If you wanted to be a governor, nuende kwa Baba. Upeleke mfuko mzuri. Hakuna mtu angegambea kwa ODM. And I want to tell you pressure. Weka pressure kwa county zile ziko na magavana wa ODM. Hawana mtu wa kuwatetea. They know they are fragile. Weka nguvu. And see it in our wadanganya. They never used to take even phone call. Saa hii nikiwapigia hata Orengo anachukua simu. They know they are vulnerable. Their father is not there. Finya wao bana. So nimesema ya mwisho ni kwamba mkienda kutengeneza constitution, na nataka niwasihi mtengeneze constitution, si ndio? Punguza viongozi. Mko na viongozi wengi sana na mara mingi unapata ni watatu tu wanafanya kazi. Mkiletea tu pesa kidogo, you risk, but mnashare na mtu mwenye analala kwa bibi yake ama kwa bwana yake kila wakati na hajai kuja hata kwa ofisi. Hajui hata county chief officer anaitwa nani, but you share. Punguza hao watu. Bakisha watu wale wako effective, hata kama ni watatu, wakipata hata ni 40,000, akipata 20 wagawane, anaweza peleka hata demu out. Alafu ya mwisho, hii constitution yenu hakuna vile utajulikana bila pesa. You need to empower the union. I'm giving you the discussion zile tuko nazo na sisi, si ndio? Union ikuwe na pesa bana, si ndio? Union ni pesa, si ndio? Muongeze pesa kwa union, muhakikishe kwamba union iko na kitu, iko na balance ikisha expend. Yaani mkishalipa kila kitu mubaki na balance. Najua saa hii umekopa ndio uje kutengeneza hii kitu hapa. Mimi niliwaambia kama kuna pesa, I'm not going to borrow money to give you anything called an AGM until you rethink the position that we need to add money. They have accepted me. I'm adding now from 500 to 1,500. I wanted 2,500. Nitapeleka hapo, nikaekae hapo, tuongeleshane tena. Tusonge mbele, si ndio? Ongeza pesa bana. Na mpaka nikwambia, ngoja nikwambie. Leo hii uko na fursa ya kuongeza na watu wanakusikiza. Kesho hawatakusikiza na bado sasa hivi wanakusikiza ushawishi wako, si ndio? Ikifika kesho hawatakusikiza. I'm cautioning you. Kesho hawatakusikiza na wataanza kukwambia you are doing nothing. People remember the bad thing, they don't remember the good thing you do. Bwana Mungu awabariki sana.
Thank you, Gibore, for such a powerful speech. I believe we are learning. I know here we have even those who have never been in any other union as a leader. And now you have got an opportunity to be here. And you are learning. You started learning from our first speaker until now. We are running sort of time, and now I will be calling the chair of ACAMSO, or ACAMSO, a president. I can so call it president. The president of our mother association that has brought every single thing, even before board, to be where we are. Welcome, Mr. Safari. Thank you.
Wana Mahabara power. Wana Mahabara power. Thank you so much. I'm very much delighted to be here today to join this congregation of unionists who fight for your right and also my right in the profession. I'll be very brief because time has gone. My name is Safari Kithi. I'm the president of the Association of Kenya Medical Laboratory Scientific Officers, acronymed as AKMLSO. I became president last year when the constitution was changed from chairman to president. That is why Unionist Sako Ann here was emphasizing president, because she knows the history. Now, I'm also a member of NAMLO, and I subscribe. I don't fear Chairman Odipo. If you increase that figure to 1,500, I will still contribute. Why am I saying so? Nyandarua County, where I work, was the first county to get a recognition agreement with the county. My SG is here. My SG knows the efforts that I put into that. Not because I was the chairman of the association that particular time, but because I have the profession at heart. And I always tell people, when I was called to college to go and train, I was called to go and do enrolled community health nursing. Certificate in nursing. And when I reached in that college, we went to class within 2 weeks, and I realized that we were only 3 guys in the class who had diploma qualifications, and the rest had certificate qualifications. From my activism, I had not started it there, it had started in secondary school. We went to the principal and asked the principal, why are we in a class, a certificate class, with diploma qualifications? And the principal said, bring your documents. We looked at she looked at the documents and said, you guys are supposed to go and do other courses, diploma courses. The college I had gone had only lab and clinical medicine. So we were given an exam, biology and chemistry. You pass biology, clinical medicine. You pass chemistry, you go to lab. All right? So that is how I landed in lab. But I told the principal that personally, even if you had taken me to clinical medicine, I would have opted for medical laboratory. Because in secondary school, I usually liked the lab. I was the one who was preparing practical materials in the lab in secondary school. So I loved lab from my heart. So I want to talk about 4 things, very briefly. One, which has been said, is about entrepreneurship. I know we have some of us here who trained in entrepreneurship. They had a unit called entrepreneurship, either at certificate level, at diploma level, at degree level, and even at master's level. Is it true? Why are we not entrepreneurs? The knowledge that we did, I know some even did researches. You had to do a research paper, isn't it? You had to submit so that you pass the NEC exam or whatever, isn't it? But why did we let that knowledge die there? We are always complaining of unemployment. We have over 10,000 who are unemployed, and yet we have the opportunities. Those small kiosks or labs we have in the various towns. You may go to a particular town, a very small town, and you find they have 10 labs there, all of them owned by medical laboratory lab techs. You go look at the basic tests they are doing, very minor basic things, they make very little money at the end of the day. Unapata mtu anakwambia hii lab yangu huwa na make 2,000 at most per day. Why should we do that? Kwa nini tusiunganishe hizi lab zote 10 tuzigawe tufungue 2 tukiwa tuko united like that? Then we do all the specialized tests that town are not being done. How much will we earn? Quite a lot. So what I want to insist is, kindly, let's resolve the unemployment issue by being good entrepreneurs. Thank you. I'm through with that. The second thing I will want to talk about is unity. I know it has been said, but what do I want to say about unity? By the way, I became president after removing from office somebody who was in the office. And I removed that person in office because of my call for unity. Wangapi wanamjua? A few know. A very strong man. But because that man had not been able to embrace unity, when I came with the clarion call for unity, I got the votes. What do I mean by unity? We are medical laboratory scientists. And wherever we are working, we usually tunachimbana. Tunachimbana tu huko chini chini. Oh, amefanywa CMLC, hafai kuwa hapo. Tutamchimba mpaka atoke. Amefanywa kuwa sijui county blood transfusion coordinator. Tutamchimba mpaka atoke. All right? We are missing that unity. When I became president, I did this clarion call. And as I retire together with Kasongo in 2027, because I'm serving my last term. Oh, sorry, if you will not retire Kasongo, pole. Okay, but me, I believe nitaenda na Kasongo 2027. If I retire, I'll be a very proud man for having united all the medical laboratory professionals in this country. How have I done that? Right now, when I became president, Akamuso was not seeing eye to eye with KMLTTB. Na KMLTTB ni mtoto wa Akamuso, lakini tulikuwa tumemaliza karibu 6 years without a board because they were not seeing each other eye to eye. Me and my team worked on that, and now Akamuso, as per the act, is participating in board decisions. Union, we had some leadership before this leadership there, who we had agreed to work together with a lot of unity. But mukitoka kwa mkutano, wanaenda wanaongea huko, wanajiseparate. All right? But when this leadership came, they agreed the clarion to go by the clarion call for unity. And today, I want to tell you that all the formations, medical laboratory related, are working together. Thank you. The union, NAMLO, Akamuso, KMLTTB, LMSK, Akimla. Mnazijua hizo? All those 5 formations, I swear, are working very closely together to spur development in this profession. And that is the kind of unity that I want. Kama wewe huo na participate kuchimba wengine huko chini, wachana na hiyo kitu. Please, stop it now so that we move ahead. These leaders of the union are doing a lot. Lakini tukiendelea kuchimbana huko chini, still we will not see their good efforts. Because tunaumizana sisi wenyewe huko. Nimemaliza hiyo. The third thing is support to this union. These leaders that we have are not supreme. The supreme and decision-making organ is this annual Delegates Congress. So you who are here are the decision makers. We are the only ones who are supposed to direct them, and they implement our decisions. Now, I have seen, I'm in very many forums, and I have seen a lot of issues being raised. Yes, Akamuso was doing everything, because Akamuso ni baba na mama, even the union work. And I'm not going to brag or talk anything about the successes we have made. We have also our failures. But when they came in, we have a vision that they move ahead from where Akamuso left. And that is why, as Akamuso leaders, we are giving them the platform, the freedom. Mimi sijui, Bwana SG kama umewahi sikia Akamuso wanawachapa vita huko chini chini. Sijui, but mimi, in my management, nimekataa hiyo. Let's give people, their leaders, let's give them the freedom to be able to do. And there is one thing I want to call each and everyone. SG, juzi ulikuwa Nyeri. That was the agreement for county number what? In total, you have how many counties? 34. And we have 47 counties. These leaders have undergone a lot of challenges in trying to achieve recognition agreements. And we all know that we are not able to do a CBA because we are not recognized at national. Why are we not recognized? We have not embraced all the counties in terms of being recognized as a union in their counties. So those are a total of 13 counties. 13 counties stroke 14 governments, which, because we have no recognition agreement with the national, so that makes them 14. We need to have recognition agreement. So I know those counties that have no recognition agreement, some of them may be here, some of them may not be here. If you know them, kindly tell the professionals there. Let them push and work hard towards this. There is nothing wrong as a county saying that we are downing our tools until you give us a recognition agreement. Because why is our neighboring county having a recognition agreement and we don't have it? Right? We will be supporting these leaders. Let us support them. Me, I'm just waiting. Nisikie tu hivi, wamefanya recognition agreement na national government kwa sababu wamemalizana na counties. I will have a sitting with them. And I will tell them the things I want them to follow. And we will want to rapidly achieve those issues. Okay? So let us kindly support these leaders. Let us support them greatly so that they may achieve their goals. Na mimi nimemalizia hapo. I want actually to appreciate so much for all the professionals, the working relationship we've all had. And last month we had our national annual scientific conference, and I can see about a good number of people who are in that conference. I'm seeing them here. We had invited our leaders, and they were presented by Madam Anne Sakwa. And this is the kind of unity that we want to have, to continue having. All right? So thank you so much. I think what I have said has saved time. Thank you so much.
Let us do it the Nyayo way. At least we appreciate the president better. We are here because of them. We are here because they gave us board. Now union is here and many other formations, courtesy of them. So we must do it in a better way. He knows whoever is saying he removed from power. And we know the best friend is here, Shadrach Ochio, personal friend of Abala Wanga. We are not feared to say that. And he knows when Safari talks about that. And you know, Abala is also taking us speedily at the Kisumu County city manager. He is really taking us by speed. He's the one who manages Kisumu City as the manager. Now, let us do it the Nyayo way. Warm your hand. Very well. 1, 2, 3. Tena. Tena. Ya mwisho. Now, a quick one. And now I'm handing this. Authority goes back to our CEO. And that is Pius Enyakundi. You know, I always have history with him. I always tell him, being an attachment in Kisii referral, and he was coming from Kisii University, coming for his rotation. And we are there. We used to meet within the corridors as a student, and me, we were also just but passing out as now our attachment. And again, we are here at the union. And that spirit that we came with from the college back then, we still put it here. Miranda was there. And now all of us are here.
Pius, this spirit is really good. I remember being a union, we were meeting severally. One day he popped in some meeting in Nakuru where Notoman organized. He was just passing to just, thank God now Wako has told us that he was also planted in a way to see how he can remove people. So even him coming to hear what you were saying, he was strategizing that I've heard this. Nikiingia hapa, najua venye nitawavuruga very fast. Alikuwa hapo. Here he is now.
Thank you so much. Namlo viva. Namlo viva. Thank you so much. I don't want to take a lot of your time because it's a Friday. People are traveling as far as Busia, Turukana. By the way, we have one lady who has come from Lodwa. Mwende. I'm giving her that recognition because I know some of you have never gone to Lodwa. And I believe because of the scarcity of the resources, she came by bus. There is a time I worked in Lodwa, I was doing a certain project, and I passed through a lot because there is a lot of banditry. So I know that I'm a jaribu. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for sacrificing your time. We don't take it for granted. Today, even if I go home, either by retirement, death, natural attrition, or any other way, I'll be very happy because you people gave us a briefcase union, and we have developed it to a union that you can see and touch. Not because of our strength, but because you people gave us a good time to put things in order. When delegates fight the national office or they fight each other, a lot of things happen on the way. And I'm proud to say that as we are speaking today, the union that you people had in 2018 when it was registered is not the same union today. We are living, if, for example, we're having elections. Are you aware? It is a matter that we should discuss about. And nobody should fear an election if you know you are doing the right thing. Should you? Because a union election is supposed to be an election that is supposed to be handled professionally. Sio election tile ODM, Chungwa, Jubilee and what? It is about what you people are giving people. And I usually encourage people that when you are doing elections at the branch, you can have a methodology that does not actually bring issues that you tussle each other, mnapigana mnafanya nini. You can have negotiated democracy. If, for example, Dennis in Nairobi, he has given his people promotions. He made Wanyonyi to be absorbed into P&P. Eh? Yes, by the way, you should clap for him. You saw the other day he was complaining in the group that he has not been given a P&P despite him being hired. He had not been confirmed. I called Dennis and told him, muzikulikie. He could be above 45 years na hajapatiwa P&P tamletea shida. Because they are also our friends, they are not our enemies. We only differ in ideology. Sawa sawa? So before I just give my statement, I read my speech, I just want to encourage us that we are actually doing well. And there is an hidden treasure in the lab. And that is why the government actually wants to kill us. But we have always survived. Today, we actually invited the PS and the departmental heads. But because they know that they have been fighting us, they could not have wished to be here because tulikuwa tumewapangia. And we will not give up. So long as we know we are doing the right thing, then they can continue giving positions that are not, people are not competent or regulated to head different departments, but we'll be able to do our work. I'm saying about a hidden treasure in the lab. This year, we have had like 8 strikes, and these strikes were very independent. We decided that let's give it a try. Not every time the nurses get out, pia sisi tunatoka. Or clinicals go out, pia sisi tunatoka. We decided that we do our things differently. And I can tell you, the first strike we did it started 25th of December in Kisii. The branch officials are here, can tell you. The strike did not pick well because it was during Christmas, and they could tell patients that wana mahabara wameenda wapi? Christmas. Because they told us that watu wa lab, watagomea nani? Do you even have numbers? That is what the county secretary was telling us. We told them, fine. So when people came back from the holiday, people were being discharged from ICU,
Na I thank God and I must appreciate that lab manager. Ameretire sahi hata nikimuimplicate there is nothing they are going to do to him. The lab manager in Kisii, Mr. Stanley Otara. I call him comrade number 1. When we went on strike, he was told that abaki afanye kazi na afuruge wale wengine wenye kwa contract wakuje. He told the CEO of KTRH that, you know, when you had a strike, when the doctors had their own strike, amuku tuona kwa mambo yenu. When nurses had their strike, amuku tuona kwa mambo ye. So what he told them, me, I'm here, I can do everything, but you see, I have not been I've not been in this rotation. So what I full hemogram, I don't know the password. And mwenye akona kifunguo ya damu, pia yeye amefanya nini? And they are no otherwise. They had to call us to the table. The same thing happened in Machakos. They also tested waters. We have negotiated. They are telling us the governor has said, that quote, the governor has said that she can only promote people that have stagnated for 9 years. And you see, it is not your responsibility to advise the employer. Because for her to explain to you that she can only promote guys that have stagnated for 9 years, there must be a reason. Which difference? Anatumia scheme of service gani ama which HR manual? Today we are in court because of the same matter, but I know at the end of the day we are going to win. So musiogope. When you have been told to come out as lab, don't say, oh, sasa manurses hawajatoka. Nurses have been on strike for more than 6 months in most counties, and nobody realized that they were on strike. Because of the same reasons Gibore was saying, and Washira. Because doctors fight clinicians. Sisi nani anatupiga? Because even if it's pathologists, we can manage them. Yeah? They are our juniors in the practice. Yeah. And very, very soon, they'll know that we are really their seniors. Sawa sawa? So msikue na wasiwasi. You will give me some time so that I can be able to read the status report. Because si mnataka kujua tunafanyanga kazi gani? Mumetupatia kandarasi. Hii kandarasi katika mwaka moja, what have we been able to achieve? So I'll just go briefly because of time. Nisome and then I'll give our annual work plan and then my job will be done. Sawa sawa? Okay, thank you. Today we gather to celebrate a great milestone, the 4th annual delegate conference of our beloved union. This is not just another conference. It is our 2nd physical ADC under the current leadership, and indeed, the final one before we head into the 2026 general elections. We begin this day with gratitude. We thank the Almighty God because of His grace and the story that this union has made. For one, this ADC is fully funded by the members. That even though our subscriptions does not cut across all counties, we can be able to actually fund our activities. I'll also explain something on our journey of our growth. In 2018, when this union was registered, we had a lot of members who registered to be members. But registering as a member and not maintaining your membership, actually, does it mean that you are a member? And today, as we are speaking here, NAMLO proudly posts an active membership of 2,290 strong comrades distributed as follows. 620 members under the UXC program. Do you have any member here recruited under UXC? These people, actually, they are the only reason we can be granted a recognition agreement by the employer. Reason, it is very difficult to get 50+1 from the seniors that are working in government. Wakiona hii karatasi ya union, they run away because they think that we are recruiting them into a Mungiki criminal gang. We have 1,400 members across our county governments. 140 that we recruited recently from the Moi Teaching and Referral. Be what, Steve? Where are you? That gentleman there. It is not something easy. It is a journey that we have traveled for the last 1 year, that we can be able to recruit members from a national referral hospital. So we don't take it for granted. We have recruited 54 members from the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. Where is Collins? Yeah, thank you so much, my brother. We now have 26 fully registered branches, each holding certificates, and 15 more branches at various stages of registration. I must speak briefly about this because I usually see exchanges in the WhatsApp, and we as the leaders lazima tuambie ukweli, and we have also to take responsibility. Last year, when you were in this ADC, Mr. Safari, you issued certificates to 7 branches. But currently, as we are speaking, the notice from the Registrar of Trade Union halted all branch registration until elections are done. So kindly bear with us that immediately after the elections, we will be able to register the remaining branches. But we will be able to work with those branches because in our hearts, we know that we have a registered branch that is only awaiting a certificate. We started a journey last year of recognition agreements. And before we came to office, the union had only signed 3 recognition agreements, and that was Nyandarua County, that was the first one, Bungoma, and Embu. So as we are speaking today, we have signed more than 35 recognition agreements. In 2025, we signed recognition agreement with Nairobi City County, Kisii County, Uasin Gishu County, Baringo County, Laikipia, Turukana, West Pokot, Kwale, Kilifi, Lamu, Makueni, Kenyatta University, and Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. We have pending recognition agreements. We are doing conciliations with the employer. And I think we have given the employer up to the end of this November. That is Kakamega County. We did conciliations and the employer engaged us. We have furnished them with what they want, but if they continue doing mchezo wa paka na panya, we know the medicine. For those of us who got recognition agreement through industrial action, they can tell you that it was something very easy. So we'll be able to give them their own injection. So we have Kakamega, Kericho, and Vihiga counties that are awaiting signing of recognition agreement. So far, we have counties that we had gone through negotiations, conciliations, and we have been issued a certificate of unsolved dispute. They refused to sign the recognition agreement. One of them is Bomet County, Kiambu, Muranga, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, and Nyeri. In Muranga County and Meru, they actually alleged that the board was not fully constituted, but I'm informed that the boards are now back, so we'll be able to write to them and give them 14 days to do what? To sign the RA. We have one active court case for the recognition, that is Nakuru County. And what we are going to do with the counties that have actually not signed the recognition agreement, and we have gone through conciliation, we'll consolidate all those cases and take them to court. The law is very clear that if you don't sign a recognition agreement and you have been granted certificate of unsolved dispute, you can either go for a protected strike under Section 73(2)(a) of the Labor Relations Act, or you file a matter under certificate of urgency. Because of your support, you people give us subscriptions. Leaders that will be elected by the mandate and this annual delegates conference, or a special delegate conference in that case. There will be no Baraka computer. If you decide that Nyakundi has to retire, I will carry my bag and go home. We don't want a lot of issues. You know what happened in 2021 was a very sad tale to tell. That somebody who was not contesting. Not alone that, alituandikia farewell letter. Akasema, I'm exiting, may God bless you. Na ikakuwa shared kwa platform. All of a sudden, in 2 minutes to closing of voting, that person was the national treasurer. If you ask her, she tells you that alikuwa matanga, akarudi akapata watu wamefanya nini, na akasema mnampenda. So, you know, this is a union. And a union is a political. We don't want to say that tutakuwa kwa kanisa sana. So, if you know that you are not elected by the people, and you still expect that the same thing will happen, that one I tell you for free, haitawezekana. Because, hiyo ni kama umekula, in where I come from, kuna ile baraka mzee anaweza kupatia, for example, ni mimi and I have my brother. But because mimi ni mjanja nichukue baraka ya ndugu yangu. Sio ni mbaya? That is why Cecily is here. We don't know whether she's the treasurer or not. And for our friends who frustrated us, we already forgiven them. So we moved on. We don't have any issue with them. I want to talk about something here that has been a thorn in the flesh, because everybody of you here, hata mambo anashindanga kuniuliza hiyo kitu. The career progression guideline. It is no longer called a scheme of service. It is a career progression. Mr. Safari here can tell you that when I was in Nyeri, they had a meeting with the committee and the issue has already been concluded. But now, there is something that we have to tell you to be wary of or aware. That even these clinical officers, their career progression guideline, it had several processes where any time that the government sees anything that has a financial implication, they'll tend to say we have not budgeted for it. But even what they have budgeted for, they are not honoring it. So when the streets will call, we'll be able to come out. We have already been told that we have the power, that if today we announce that all laboratory professionals get out for this career progression guideline, it won't take us a month before we have negotiations and discussions, because the hospitals will be closed. Steve, Machakos, there is a strike that we did in Machakos. And there was like, we need blood to do this and this. All the blood was labeled and screened. Sometimes nature can force you to do a lot of things. Na tuliambia Mungu atusamehe kwa sababu pia tulifinywa. So you people have the power. As doctors and clinicians are fighting over who should see which patient, we have the power to close all the facilities in this country. You know, even if you go to Aga Khan does not have their regional blood bank. Damu yao wanatoa wapi? Yes. So we know what to do. We know how to label. So on the matter of career progression guideline, we say that this is an issue that we have to tackle in 2026. And before elections, we should have a career progression guideline. It's better we have it adopted by the MOH and the counties, watusumbue tujue tunadili na counties. But you see, we have decided that anything that cuts across, we should negotiate it centrally. I also want to talk about the Ministry of Health Discrimination and Interference. Colleagues, this department, medical laboratory, the government and the ministry and even the county governments, they only love it for one reason. You people collect a lot of resources for the employers. But when it comes to giving the rights of these people that are generating the resources, tunafinywa. Today, we have done a lot of requests to the national government, that is the Minister of Health, to sign a recognition agreement with us. We had a strike last year and we had a meeting, and it was supposed to take only 2 months. To date, verification of names has not been concluded. We went ahead and filed a dispute with the Minister of Labor. They did not turn up for the meeting. But fortunately, we have a certificate of unresolved dispute. with a certificate of unsolved dispute, because when Duale came in, I personally talked to him. Akaniambia hiyo kitu, within 2 weeks, I'm going to give it to you. Nowadays, when I text him, he blue ticks me. When I call anakata, ama anakuja ananiambia we will talk. Today, with your powers, I want us to help us declare that the window of negotiating about that issue should be closed. We move to court, because in court, there is no hide and seek. The law says that if you have recruited 50+1 of the membership, you have to be recognized. The employer has no option. We will go to court and they will be compelled to sign a recognition agreement and consequently start the process of a CBA. For your information, I invited the PS, the CS, and very many officers from that ministry, but for their own reasons, they have not come here. But that one could not stop us from moving ahead. I will send them videos and photos that without your presence, God was with us. Also, because you people has given us a new home that is at Upper Hill Gardens. Nyakundi cannot be doing everything. Unajua mnanipigianga masimu saa 6. Fausia, send me this letter. Kikaa kidogo Dennis nitumie hii barua. God willing, January we are supposed to have a full-time secretariat. That if you come to office, Dennis or Mwende from Lodwa, the first place unapita kabla ukuje ADC, unapita pale kwa ofisi unakunywa chai. Sawa sawa? I want to talk about branch registration. This is an issue that we were actually concluding because we did the application and there was no pending issue, but because of the window of election, it has been closed. Come next year when we meet, all active branches. An active branch means any branch that is subscribing will have a certificate. But a branch that does not have subscription, like Mombasa, was given a certificate and it's supposed to be revoked. We don't want to go back there. Every branch will have a certificate. Training of branch treasurers. You know, we inherited an office and nobody was there to give us an SOP. So sometimes, I know even the treasurers, wakati wanaambiwa wapeleke vitabu for inspection, unashindwa sasa nitaambiwa nini. We are going to set aside resources. Every treasurer will be trained on how to do the accounts and the books. Internet banking and improved remittance. I know that we have failed in our part, but some of the reasons are inevitable. We want to do internet banking that immediately we get the employer releases money, within 3 days, the branch has received its resources, mufanyie kazi yenu. This internet banking brought an issue in our neck. And I think the chair is supposed to talk about it because it is one of the reasons imetusumbua sana. Membership activation drive. You realize that even though we have made a milestone in recruiting members in 2 parastatals, we have no member in KNH and Kemri. But as we are speaking, we already have liaison officers and we have put structures that we are going to have members in KNH because this is the largest national referral facility. So if today we are saying that we are in the streets and KNH is working, then we could have failed. I have talked to the bosses. You know, the bosses don't want to be seen like they are doing so, but I know the way we work with bosses to have a branch stabilize. So we'll have a membership in KNH and Kemri. We also don't want to limit this union to only the government employees. We have faith-based facilities. I have seen KUKO sign CBA and recognition agreement with faith-based facilities and private facilities. The other day, Kenya National Union of Nurses signed a recognition agreement with Avenue Group of Hospitals. We will not be left behind. We want to bring in Aga Khan. Actually, Senior Safari, Aga Khan wrote us an email and nobody responded to it. And we are going to take charge that these people, they are misusing our members who are operating as lab superintendents. You know, we cannot be operating a different way in certain facilities and we favor some facilities when it comes to our membership rights. When somebody has contracted you as a superintendent, make sure you have a contract letter and letter of acceptance. So that letter of acceptance or that contract as what you are supposed to be paid. The guys in Aga Khan are being paid 5,000 for their licenses. And it is a problem. They are not being paid. So what we want to audit is that what is in that contract letter. Was that 5,000? Because you realize they might have put even 30,000, but what they are giving is 5,000. So because, and I know that private facilities fear unions. They fear unions because I know if we go to tackle this issue of Aga Khan, watajua vile watakimbia na watakimbia si rahisi. We'll want also in 2026 to reactivate dormant branches. One of them is Mombasa, and the reason as to why Mombasa failed is because of some selfish leaders. That you want to own the union as your personal property, and you don't want to give anything to the union. So we struggle so much to register Mombasa County. And for their own reasons, because of the branch leadership, because the members want the branch, but the leaders wanted to sell their loyalty to the government. If you are a branch officer, na unaimba jina ya governor, unaenda kwa media ukisema vile serikali ni mzuri, and your people have not been promoted, do you have any business to be a leader? You know, in unions, when you negotiate, you don't request, you demand. So when you demand, you start negotiations and then you request that now that because we have taken that, give us. Not going to the streets and the local media stations kusifu serikali. That was very low of that branch. And that branch, as we are speaking, has no single member. There's nothing that is happening as far as Namolo is concerned. Another very key issue that we want to tackle, even though it's being tackled at the caucus level, is the implementation of SRC Circular 2023. A lot of people have been giving us calls. We have tried this as a caucus, and I think it's high time this issue goes to the court and to the streets concurrently. Because as we are speaking, somebody who is working in the national government, they are in the last phase, it has been implemented. It cannot be that when the workers are fighting for their rights, the governor say that we have not budgeted for. But when they have seen something of their own interest, they have a budget for it. Because I believe the governors doesn't have a budget for corruption, but they always do it. So for the implementation of SRC circular, we have already talked with their colleagues on what they are going to do. We will sit down, we will go to court, but we'll also call you to the streets. Hiyo mukubali mupende musipende, because this is something that we have been granted. And it needs to be paid in arrears. Sindio? It should be paid in arrears. Another issue as I conclude, there have been an issue in risk allowance. Actually, that was one of our milestones in 2024-2025, that those officers that have been designated to job group K or employed at degree level had lost their risk allowance. When we addressed this matter, it was sorted, but it was not sorted 100%. Still, I have a problem in Homa Bay and Murang'a County. We have addressed the issue with the Public Service Commission. We have addressed the issue with the relevant bodies, but they have not given us a concrete response, so we'll take it up and it will be addressed in our courts. But that is not enough, because if you were promoted or designated in 2020, for example, and you lost your risk allowance, it was returned in 2025 January. The honorable thing the employer can do is to pay you what? Your arrears. So we are going to write to them. We should demand our rights. Lastly, I'll urge us to walk this part of progress together. And we are ready for help. We can be corrected. We are not saints. We are also human beings. We make mistakes here and there. As I've said, that there have been some delays in the remittance of union funds. But come January 1st, that every time the employer has released money, we'll be taking at most 72 hours to do what? To release the money to the branches. Thank you, and may God bless you. May God bless Namlo.
We are going straight away to the next, and that is our chairman, Nicholas Odipo. The floor is yours to help us ratify the previous resolutions.
Comrade power! Comrade power! We need an energizer so that we don't sleep. You see, the room is becoming a bit hot, and the session we are going is the session now for us, the delegates. So an energizer, please. Ochuwangi, kuja bwana. Kuja changamsha watu.
Yes, comrades, power. With the due respect and honor, may we stand up and at least ensure that you have enough space to stretch. Stretch sideways. Mikono kwenda juu. Kwenda nyuma. Mbele. Sideways. The other side. Then clap your hands. Thank you.
Oh, sir. Thank you very much, Bwana Walter. Now, nisaidie na hiyo program kidogo tu. Program. Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, now we are getting into the business of the union. And this session, I want us to give me a listening ear so that we make resolutions that will steer the union for the next 1 year. And we have the ratification of previous resolution. Number 1 was about the issues of recognition agreement, which have been read, and you have seen the progress. Number 2 was about membership of the union, which you've been shown, and you can attest that the union is growing. Number 3 is the issue of the office, that we have been told that we have an office, and actually today I have taken the secretary of Migori. I think is the first branch official who has visited that office. Ako wapi? Mpigie makofi. He was very lucky. I met him along the road, and I told him, no, let's go, first of all, go to the office, then we head to the venue. Now, colleagues, delegates, in 2022, there were some resolutions that were made. Unfortunately, due to unavoidable circumstances, we were not able to implement those resolutions, and that brings us to today's, I think it is about ratification. It's also supposed to be the issue of disciplinary. In 2022, when we met at a hotel in Nairobi West, Grandstand, South Sea, there were some officials who were expelled from the union, and new officials were elected. And in that election, it happened that yours truly was amongst those people who were elected, including the office of the treasurer, which you people did an election. But as things happened, one of the officials, the former officials, protested and petitioned the registrar of trade unions not to effect those changes because she was unhappy by the way things were done. And one of the reasons why she did that, she said that NEC was not properly constituted. What she did not know is that an annual delegate conference acts as a supreme authority of the union. If you look at our constitution, Article 8, actually there are two Article 8s. So I will say Article 8.1. It says that the annual delegate conference acts as the supreme authority of the union, and any decision passed by an annual delegates conference is binding to everybody else. We walked that route for over 7 months, mark timing, trying to persuade the former registrar to register the officials so that we could start the process of resurrecting the union. That did not happen. It reached a point whereby we had to talk and have a meeting amongst ourselves. And that is when we prevailed over Cecil Njiru, who was then elected as the national treasurer of the union. And she accepted and said that she will not pursue the issue of being in the office for the sake of the union. And at that time, she told me, Mr. Chairman, I need this union more than anybody else. If the union goes under, then as Kirinyaga, we will be done and will not get justice. We wrote minutes, took to the registrar, and that is when we were registered. And the former national treasurer remained in office. But there's one thing I promised you people in 2022, that I will not be the one causing chaos in the NEC. And I will work as much as possible to ensure that the NEC remain as united as possible. And in any case, we had our differences. It was not supposed to come to the delegates. In our first meeting, that is exactly what I also told the officials. And as you can see, we are here 3 years. If there's anybody, Odipa Metusi, abebe mkono juu. If there's anyone who has been insulted by the secretary, abebe mkono juu. If there's anyone who has been insulted by our deputies, abebe mkono juu. And not that we don't have differences. Sometimes we differ in opinions, but they always remember one thing. It is not going out. We sort out our issues in the office and work for the success of this union. And we are here today celebrating that milestone. That we can have 35 recognition agreements with the county government. And as difficult as counties may be, and as green as we were when we first got into office, it needs a lot of perseverance, colleagues. Now, to the issue of the disciplinary that we have before us, which is of the national treasurer, Madam Angeline. When we got an office, that was in June, or was it in May? May, this year. we saw that we had made a milestone. And all our things, even if we had a mat, was supposed to go to be in that office. Because those property do not belong to you. They belong to the union. I, Odipo, am not the union. I am not. If I go home, this union will remain. And if I have any union property, it is the property of the union and it is not mine. So the misconduct of the treasurer started there, where we instructed her to take the books of account to the office. And she refused for reasons known to her. Number two, the first branch to start subscribing, which was Nairobi, started subscribing in July 2023. It therefore means that by July 2023, as a member of the NEC, we were supposed to warm up to start subscribing. Unfortunately, those of us who are in employment, we went back to our branches. And I called my branch secretary, Bonalawi. I told him my name has to appear first in that Form S. And I want you to register people and take people to be deducted. Those who are not in employment, who are supposed to do the honorable thing and start paying their subscription through the provided pay bill number. And we have that pay bill number, it is there. Unfortunately, the ones who are in employment started subscribing, and our good national treasurer was not subscribing, even through the pay bill. Our constitution is very clear on the membership. And my Q, the membership was also contested in 2022 because she was not registered by KMLTTB. And one of the requirements for you to become a NAMLO member is that you must be registered by KMLTTB. If you are not registered, then even if you want to give us 1 billion, we will not accept you because you can never be our member. So that is first contestation. The membership was contested, but for the sake of the union, we decided to compromise so that we can be accommodative and union to grow. When we asked about the issue of membership, that is when we started becoming bad. And we started becoming unworthy to be the officials of the union because we questioned about the membership of the NEC members. Colleagues, our constitution is very clear. Is that without subscription, you are not a member. And if you are not a member, then you have to come to the delegates to allow you to be a member, and you must pay for 1 year subscription, which to now, I don't know whether she has paid since we asked about the membership. Boneschi. She has not paid. It's supposed to be 6,000. Now, we have some showcase letters here, colleagues, that I'm going to read them very fast. And I know you will be asking, where is she? The answer is very simple. We had a NEC meeting on 21st of October 2025. And in that meeting, a resolution was made that within 14 days, the treasurer was supposed to furnish us with her records of membership. If she could have furnished us with the records of membership, then in other allegations that I'm going to read, she could be allowed to come and defend herself. But because she failed to prove her membership, I cannot put you guys that you are subscribing, and then we have somebody managing your funds and is not subscribing. So we told her, please, as at yesterday, you did not furnish us with your records of membership, and therefore you will not be allowed because you are not a member of the union. And what we are saying, this just said that we now need to be very firm. We now need to be very firm. Because for us to go forward, then we need to be serious with what we are doing. We are past wrangles. And we want to do things lawfully. If you read that constitution, the constitution gives me the mandate to ensure that we follow the law to the letter. And I'm not going to bend it to favor anyone. I am not. And if the delegates will feel that maybe I'm harsh and I need to go home, I've done what I've done, and I'll be remembered for what I've done. I'll gladly go. But we now have to follow the law. Because I did not write that constitution. I found it there. And if there's anybody who is supposed to follow it, it is the treasurer. They were the pioneers. And I believe she was there when this constitution was being drafted. Ayodepa was not there. My work is to ensure that it is followed. So, colleagues, fellow delegates, time is running, and SG, you will help me with the first show course. I'll go to very fast so that I can read to the delegates what was alleged, so that then we are able to move very fast. Have you found it? I think I've found it. Then, eh? No, it is not this one. I've found it. Now, colleagues and fellow delegates, may I get your attention, please? This suspension was drafted on 1st October 2025, and it reads as follows. Angelina Mutisia, the National Treasurer, Kenya National Union of Medical Laboratory Officers. Dear Angelina, show cause letter for gross misconduct. The union has received reports of serious misconduct on your part in your capacity as the national treasurer. Number one, that you unlawfully vandalized the treasury office and with the help of an authorized stranger, changed the official locking system without the approval of the union. Number two, that you deliberately and consistently frustrated the implementation of the past bank resolutions, especially blocking the activation of internet banking, thereby obstructing union financial operations. Your actions amount to gross misconduct, breach of trust, and violation of your duties as an officer under the union constitution. You are hereby required to show cause in writing within 14 days from the date of this letter why disciplinary action, including suspension or removal from office, should not be taken against you. Should you fail to respond within the stipulated time, the union will proceed to take appropriate action ex parte in accordance with the union constitution, Article 13B, and the Labor Relations Act and other relevant laws. Now, we have an addendum to that. Show cause. And the addendum reads as follows. The addendum is issued by the National Executive Council of the Kenya National Union of Medical Laboratory Officers in continuation of the show cause letter referenced above. Background: the NEC, during its third sitting held on 21st October 2025, perused the union membership register and found that your membership records are missing from the register. B, in September 2022, your membership was suspended pursuant to Article 3(1) of the NAMLO Constitution, which provides that membership is opened to all registered medical laboratory officers, certified, licensed, or authorized to practice medical laboratory, and who have been regularly and normally engaged as a medical laboratory officer. The suspension referred to above was later ratified by the NAMLO first annual delegate conference held at Stand Leisure Hotel, Nairobi West, on 11th November 2022. Since that ratification, the NEC has not received any updated membership records enabling reconsideration of the suspension. Accordingly, your membership has remained suspended for the entire period since September 2022. Your continued holding of office, which was an olive branch to you by the National Executive Council in order to regularize your membership, despite this opportunity and the amnesty extended to you, have not produced evidence demonstrating that you are a registered and licensed medical laboratory officer, nor have you demonstrated that prior to being admitted as a NAMLO member, you are regularly and or normally engaged as a medical laboratory professional in Kenya or elsewhere. This leaves your membership status and connection to the medical laboratory profession in considerable doubt. Membership subscriptions stock checkoff. Article 36B of the NAMLO Constitution, read together with Section 48(1) of the Labor Relations Act, establishes that payment of trade union dues is a regular subscription required as a condition for union membership. Article 36B of the Constitution further provides that membership subscription shall be collected by a way of check-off system. The NEC has reviewed there are various check-off approvals and payroll records available to the union and has failed to locate any records of check-off deductions or membership subscription payments attributed to you. Invitation to show cause. Pursuant to Article 47 and 50 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, right to fair administrative action and fair hearing respectively, and in accordance with the NAMLO Constitution, you are hereby invited to show cause where the NEC should not conclude the process of expulsion from NAMLO on the basis of the matters set out in paragraphs 1 and 2. To enable the NEC to consider your response, you must produce the following documentary evidence. Proof that prior to being admitted as a NAMLO member, you are registered and licensed to practice medical laboratory in Kenya or in any other jurisdiction, and you will give copies of professional registration, license, or equivalent. Number 2, evidence that you are regularly and or normally engaged as a medical laboratory officer in Kenya or elsewhere prior to admission to NAMLO. So what's supposed to be given is employment contracts, appointment letters, pay slips, professional engagement records, employer letters, or statutory employment records. Proof of payment of union dues as a condition of membership, accompanied by a payroll documentation demonstrating checkoff, i.e. salary by product records, employer checkoff authorization, and corresponding pay slips showing deductions, or official payroll schedules confirming deductions to NAMLO. Time frame and consequence. Your detailed written response with the requested evidence, if any, must be delivered to the NEC office as to be received on or before 7th November 2025. Failure to submit a timely and satisfactory response, including the specified evidence, will result in the NEC concluding the expulsion process without further reference to you, and such conclusion will be final in respect of the matter set out in this addendum. Procedure and rights. This invitation is issued to afford you a full and fair opportunity to be heard before any final disciplinary or membership action is taken. The NEC will consider any evidence submitted in good faith and apply to the Constitution and applicable law in determining whether to confirm or revoke the proposed expulsion. Professional conduct. The NEC expects all communication and submissions to be truthful and supported by documentary proof where appropriate. The union remains committed to due process, fairness, and the rule of law in all membership matters. Should you require any clarification on the form of the documents requested, you may direct such inquiries in writing to the NEC Secretariat. However, this addendum does not extend the deadline set above. Please be assured of our highest esteem, and it was drafted by the Secretary General. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have set out the reason why we could not allow the treasurer to come and defend herself. Because she did not give us the proof of our membership in good time, that is 7th of November. And therefore, by the powers conferred to me by Article 6 of the NAMLO Constitution, that is, the chairman shall preside over all meetings and conferences of the union, and I will be in charge when voting is taking place. I want to propose a question. And before I propose that question, I would like a few people to make statement. And those will not come from, I think we'll have one from the neck. We'll have one from the rescue. Rescue has not died. We'll have one from the new branches. And the new branches, we have like Kipia. You'll get us one person. We'll also have one branch, actually the very first branches that did the issue of membership. That is the branches of Nairobi, the branches of Kiambu, the branches of Isiolo, Homa Bay, and Vihiga. I think we'll do that. And please, you'll only take 2 minutes because we are running out of time. Then I will propose the question to you so that we set out this matter. I'll bring the DSG, and the DSG will be followed closely by Shadrach and by Waku. And I think like Kipia, will it be Songol? Yes, you are. And then there's a gentleman. Let me first of all register presence of our few newborns. There's the branch of Kilifi, the branch of Kwale, and then there's a gentleman from Taita, the chairman. He came late, but better late than never. So please, can you just stand up and 1 minute, just wave to your colleagues. Kilifi, Kwale, and the gentleman from Taita, Dennis. That's the gentleman from Kilifi, is the branch chair. Please come forward. And the other gentleman, Kaplich, come forward so that we can I hope Meru was also recognized. Were you recognized? Oh, good. So just 1 minute, please. If you can take 30 seconds, will be better.
Good evening, members. My name's Ramos Mkare, the branch chair, Kilifi branch. I'm very much glad to be here with you, though I came late, but I thank God I am present. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Salaam alaikum. Bwana asifiwe. Mimi naitwa Tuitoek Arab Kaplich. Mimi ndio SG kule baharini Kwale. Kwale in Diani. Diani is the best beach in the world. It has been voted six times consecutively. Sikifuatana 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kule. Chairman anajua. Chairman ukimuuliza, kuna chairman wawili hapa. Oh, president. Yeah. Sorry we came late. Unajua pwani tunaanza na 001. Wa Kenya sisi tunaanza number 1. Lakini kwa services mingi tunapatikananga tuko number 47 huko. Mtatusamea, mtatuia radhi. but we are here, we are together. Let's have a unity of purpose. Let's join together. Let's be one thing strong. Let's support each other. Let's support all the branches. Let's move together and change this profession. Let's bring back the glory that it was, that belonged to us before. Together with our president, together with our chairman, and all the other unions, let's allow lab to be where it belongs. Let's allow lab to be where? Na lab ni mimi na wewe. Sawa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm actually forgetting very important people. I was introducing the newborns. We also have newborns from the parastatals. That is Steve and Collins. Where are they? Briefly, please. Briefly. Shikai.
Kwa majina naitwa Kipkorir Tarbei Songol. Mimi ni mwenyekiti katika kaunti ya Laikipia. Sisi bado ni wageni kidogo katika Numlo, lakini tunashukuru sana kwamba tulikaribishwa kwa moyo mkunjufu na tulishikana na wanachea, tukafanya kazi pamoja, tukapush kabisa wa county government mpaka wakakubali kuwe na mkataba na wao. Kuna jambo ambayo nimesikia kuhusu our treasurer ambaye hiyo makosa ambayo ilitokea, mimi naunga mkono kwamba kama mtu sio member, sioni kama kuna haja kuwa na uhusiano na sisi. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono aende nyumbani. Ningependa pia kushukuru our SG kwa kufanya kazi tirelessly. Amekuja kwetu mara mingi sana. Mimi nashukuru. Tuendelee na hiyo moyo. Hata wale wengine ambaye hawajapata recognition agreement, ninawaomba mshikane na the national team so that tukue pamoja, tutembee katika gari moja. Asanteni sana. Mtakapoenda nyumbani, mkumbuke kusalamia wale members wetu katika kaunti zenyu. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Now, these two gentlemen, they are from our state corporations, the level 6 hospitals. And the beauty with them is that they did compete. And how we got recognition in this institution, it was by fire. I think our recognition was thrown in the corridor for MTRH. Said, bwana umetuchokesa chukeni. Then they had already signed it. We said, no problem. We wanted recognition agreement and you have signed. Wacha tuweke kidole. Sisi tukaweka. Na it was on the onset of mapambano. I normally call it mapambano because a strike wamezoea sana. So wacha tutumie hiyo lugha ingine inaitwa mapambano. On this gentleman, when they started, I was going to open the mapambano there. And along the way, we started negotiating with their CEO. Daktari, please, the things have stalled. Doctors want to discharge. Can you just allow even 2 people to go and work? I said no. So what do? Sign the recognition agreement. Yeah? Then I was put on loudspeaker. There were different directors. I told them, I'm only 5 minutes away from KU. What is the emergency? Because you had all the 14 days to call for a meeting. You didn't. So what is the emergency? That our patients are dying in the ICU. I told them, we are on strike, so allow me to come. But my phone could not stop ringing. And on that particular day, actually, we wrote a commitment. And that commitment was honored. They gave us 40 days. And I told them, you think 40 days haitafika? Aya. Chezeni. So on the 20th day, we wrote a letter to remind them that imebaki 20 days. Actually, we signed that recognition when it remained like 3 days. But theirs, hawakutupa kwa corridor. We went into a boardroom and signed it. So, please.
Thank you so much, Bwana Chair, the CEO, and fellow comrades. Namlo power. Namlo power. I don't have much to say, only that ours is not actually MTRH branch. We chose to remain as Uasin Gishu branch, and it is one of the biggest branches in Namlo. We have a membership of close to 350 when we will be done. And partly we've begun subscriptions, and by the end of this month, there are almost 350 will be fully subscribed. And I've seen our comrades from Elgeyo Marakwet, and if there is anyone from the entire North Rift, come for Mwakenya vow to do these things. Unakanyaga shingo. As we never had any union. Actually, we were in Kudeya. Even up to now, some of us are still in Kudeya. But once the employer amesikia lab wanawacha kazi, you know pharmacy is closed. If lab doesn't work, pharmacy is closed. Theater is closed. Hakuna damu. The hospital is actually done. So when we had a very small meeting, the evening towards that small meeting, phones were, simu yangu ilikuwa moto. People are calling left, right. By tomorrow morning, the HR aliturushia our area were actually on the stairs. And that is how we do these things. And we said, fine, that is all you are looking for. So sisi tukaunda meza, and both the CEO and chair were there. We signed our recognition agreement, tukaimba mapambano kidogo, and that is it. And up to now, there is a bit of respect. HR akiniona tukikutana anakula kona siku hizi. Thank you. So for the counties ambao hajapata hare, actually I came here before we even had a certificate. Last year, we were still working towards our branch being registered. And sikupenda sana vile mlisema watu wasikuje juzi. I wanted even those branches that are not registered to come and learn from us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Comrades, power. Namlo, power. My name is Collins. I come from, I live in Ruiru, somewhere. I work in KU. Today, I don't have much to say. I say maybe I'm the youngest amongst you here when it comes to the union matters. But I can't live without quoting someone here, especially naming one of my seniors, Mr. Pondo there. Back some years, we were working with him in Homa Bay, in Beta County, Beta Sub-County. So one day during COVID time, the government had released some funds for masks. And then the county government gave people zile masks zilikuwa zinatengenezwa na nguo. So Opondo stood up and said to the lab that, guys, we will not accept this mask. We want to be given a standardized mask and sanitizers. By that time I was young. I think I just came from the institution. So I was looking at him like, who's this guy? Does he even afraid maybe telling this guy will be fired? But I remember, who is he? This is one of the union officials. So, oh no, these things requires confidence and maybe people to speak truth, and then we remain. That day we never worked. The following day, standardized masks were brought, and then we went back to work. So I learned a lot from him. So it is from then that I started the issue of the union, and when we had problems at our place of work, I contacted Nyakundi and Odipo. These guys acted so quickly, and we sat down the way we had said, and we did our recognition agreement. Right now, Mr. Chair, we sit in the same table as the doctors and the nurses. And whenever the decisions or policies are made, the management calls the union officials and tells them the progress of the hospital.
And yesterday, I think we were with the CEO. She requested that they are waiting for us. It is waiting for the union to approach them with a draft copy of CBA. So there's them now waiting for us now with that copy. So they are, the pressure that we gave them through you guys has made them to comply to our demands. And I hope that by the support that we get from all of you guys, we will move forward. Thank you so much.
DSG, kuja. Now we are on the issue at hand. I hope that is what you'll talk about. Oh, sir.
Comrades power. Tuko wazima. Yes, mimi ndio Sakwa, kuna watu wanijui. In Nairobi we are fire. So mbaki huko. So I wanted to comment on what the chairman has said. That Angeline has really frustrated us. And someone asked me, why did you entertain her and she's not registered by the board? We did that to make the union survive because he had decided to kill the union. So we accommodated her for us to be registered. But now, by what the chairman has read, we request her out. It is enough. You're not a board member. You've done all the misconducts we've ever seen. You cannot frustrate the union. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis, faster. 2 minutes, please.
Comrades power. Comrades power. I am ndio naimbanga hivyo huko Nairobi. So you know very well, hii safari, and I think most of you have known me because of, okay, I'm the most shyest person you can ever see, but tukipatana na employer hivi, hata yeye huwa ana shake. Because one thing I wanted to share, I didn't want to finish before I say this, to the branches in the house. Branches. Nani anatoka branch? The 47 branches. Yes. Wacha niongee kama big brother. County 047. There's nothing that will come to you bila wewe kuanza kupigana. You see, personally, Nairobi we are very ambitious. Hata hiyo RM nasikia, I would have signed ours the first, but I realized for this team here, for them to have a strike, wanafanyanga wapi? And they need people from where? So I said, let me shelf my ambition for an RA for you guys. But they are, how many wamebaki? So I realized you are too slow. So nikasema, no, Sakaja, can you sign ours? Mine, did you ever see a picture? Naona nyinyi mnapiganga picture, mnashika hivi. Did you see picture in Nairobi? No, because for me that was not important. Okay? For me, it was the 47 plus 1. Nangojea national SG. Na hiyo pia tutaenda kuchachisha pale Afya House. Mpaka itoke. So when you are called upon, tafadhali, tokeeni. If you are a leader, inspire your members. Mimi, nani anatoka Nairobi hapa? Do I inspire you? I'm yet to do so. Yes. By the way, let me tell you, leadership, and by the way, let me introduce myself. I think with the introduction, it is where you will know me better. My name is Dennis. Yes? I'm the branch secretary for Nairobi. I am the Nairobi County Blood Coordinator. So how many blood coordinators do we have here? Kavlich! Wapi wewe? Unua mkono. These are the new managers. I know even you don't know if that is part of the management in the lab. Those are county blood managers. And our chief was here. Sindio? Director, division, Mamo. Hii team tafadhali musipige vita. I know we like fighting a lot. Oh, CMLC. Nani ni CMLC hapa? Mimi nitaongea. Because this fight ndogo ndogo inatukazia kuona the big picture. Kuna storm coming, my friend, in January. Be ready. Na si election, no. Somebody anakuja kuwakalia and to control you. Because nyinyi ni watu ya, anawaita watu ya lab. So refuse that name. Sawa sawa. Tukiwa na SG hapa, we said, even media knows who we are nowadays. Sawa sawa. So the county blood coordinators work closely with the CMLCs. The union work very closely with Akamuso. Akamuso work very closely with Akamal. And all of us, we are one family. Sawa. And then when you see something good, sawa, saa hizi I want to challenge you. Rudi kwa county yako, enda kwa skill inventory, angalia which skill inventory wanatumia kupandisha lab techs madaraka in your county. You will be surprised. Utapata wewe wanatumia scheme ya veterinary. Yes, true. Veterinary. Unaitwa chief analyst. Now because now you don't even show people your payslip, they'll not see the chief analyst. Until now you realize your allowances are different from hers. Umenielewa vizuri? Tuchanuane bana. Sawa. So me, nikiona kitu mzuri huku Nairobi, na chanuananga na national. Actually, you'll think I'm part of national union. No, I'm not. But kuna vitu zingine tunasaidiana. But for the rest of the counties, you are yet to sign the RA. Tunaweza beba hata basi watu tulete huko. Yes. Si wanasiasa wanafanya hivyo? Yes. If you don't have the numbers. But wacha nikuambie, do this. Talk to your members, waambie waingie union. Na mwenye hataki kuingia union, mwambie andike email aseme hataki. Ndio saa ile anachukua specimen anaweka kwa mfuko, anashika, unamwambia die your own death.
Thank you,
because we need to fight as a family. Sawa. And we defend our profession. Comrade, power.
Power. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Now, let me bring in Aondo, Wako, Shadrach, faster, and Peter, Opondo Kaluma, and Peter Tiang. Faster. 1 minute, please. Pitisha hiyo 1 minute. Naona uko na notes.
Good evening once more. Yeah, much has been said. So I want to go straight to what has not been really mentioned. But first, Mr. Chair, sir, and our CEO. These are young guys who we need to help so much, more than what we have done, because we have seen their fruits. Sindio? I know Wako mentioned so much about ile vita tulikuwa tunapigana online. They used to call me kama Wanyonyi. Wanyonyi was just a small cake to me. So we used to tackle them mpaka union imekuwa chenye imekuwa. Lakini let me mention this. There are things that besides the arrays which need to be concluded, and I know our governor is giving us very hard time, being assisted by our former chair, branch chair, who is now a sub-county lab coordinator. Mwenye alitana against us, wakaungana na county lab coordinator. But we are devising ways on how we are going to deal with them so that we can move forward. After the arrays, Mr. Chair, there is something that we need to look seriously into. Our Act of 1999, it has become so obsolete. We need to create something like the Kenya Medical Laboratory Council, I'm board, where we revise it to accommodate members of lab, which will be the basis of training, that is the medical laboratory science, to accommodate those who have specialized, those who have gotten the MSCs and PhDs. Mr. Mamo said we should gather all, but scatter none. The Kenya Medical Laboratory Council will give us the powers. Muliona juzi wakisema that we might be consumed along the way. Hizi boards zingine. Hamukuona kitu kama hiyo? So if we don't have a strong body anchored in law, we can be swept under the carpet. Lakini tukileta these experts wote wenye ni wa lab, walianza na lab mpaka wameenda mpaka juu. Tutakuwa na power. Those who hold the PhDs in various disciplines in lab, tutakuwa na nguvu. So na scheme of service nayo, which has been mentioned, now we anchor all this in it. Sababu mkiangalia, mnauliza mbona degrees, I hold a BSc na naendelea kusoma. Lakini mnauliza mbona county zikiemploy zinaangalia tu diploma. Lakini scheme of service yetu inasema nini? Do we have distinct roles in that scheme of service? Eti wa diploma, higher diploma, degree, wanafanya nini? Ile job description mkiona hata advert iko different. It's not, because that's what the scheme of service says. So sijui kama chair mtacapture that in the new scheme of service so that ndio sasa employer anaona kuwa nisipo employ wa degree watu wa kufanya kazi fulani hawatakuwa. Lakini anaona why don't I employ the diploma guy, sababu atafanya kile wa degree atafanya. Sawa sawa? Thank you.
Umechukua time mingi bwana. 2 minutes, Shadrack.
Yeah, only 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the NEC team. I think right now, delegates, kindly, can you listen? We are trying to wind up, and there's a case that has been brought to us as delegates, and we have to make a decision about this. When we did our election in the first time, Angeline was not there, and you have heard everything about what has been discussed here, that it was the RTU that took her back. But right now, we have heard what is there, and I really appreciate and will thank the chairman and the rest, the way they have handled this matter. Thank you very much. Otherwise, it could have been a stormy issue, and you kept it silent. So I'm just pleading to delegates right now, kindly, let us work together. Let this matter not divide us. The decision we are going to make, let this be a binding decision that is going to move this team forward. That's what I'm requesting. Thank you.
Hamjambo? Hamjambo tena? Mko poa ama mmechoka? Sawa, najua mmechoka lakini tuvumilie kidogo. Bwana Chairman, all the distinguished guests, I'm so happy today. I didn't know that at one point we could come to be a full house like this. 3 years ago, Bwana SG, in the South Sea, tulikuwa kwa karum kadogo hivi. And now our dreams are coming true, and we must thank ourselves and we must stand firm. Very quickly, I still remember very clearly how Dr. Mamo gave us a takeaway home. And I hope you are not going to forget about it. Please stand up for the laboratory. Hata kama hiyo inakufanya unapigwa teke, hata kama ni position ya leadership, please stand up for the laboratory, for the future of this profession. Second, as it has been elaborated here, Cecily told us everything that happened. And I was surprised that Miss Angeline was still the treasurer. That was done outside what was agreed by the delegates. So for me, I think, Bwana Chairman, we should just put the question to us, and we do the voting. Namna gani? Thank you. Na msafiri salam.
Thank you so much, Chair and the NEC as a whole. I appreciate you for managing Angeline in a very candid way. You have managed her in a very candid way. I know her. And I think she was supposed to be removed in the last ADC, not even now. So let that decision be made now and vote to be taken. Thank you.
Comrades power. Comrades power. I think mambo ya Angeline ni mingi, la masaa ni machache. So I think I don't want to talk much. Kuhusu Angeline, by the way, hata tuja mu elect. She's not a member. She's not subscribing. In fact, kina chairman ni kama wanamtongoza. So, just like my brother has said, just like my brother has said, vile nani amesema my brother Tiang, this is just a matter of putting a question and finishing with it. My only request is, tuko na election in March, tuko na election ya national office in maybe before June. So my question is maybe, I think if we put a question, I know she will stand dismissed. But now the question is, there was a substantive office holder that we elected in the last ADC. Is that person going to take over, or is the deputy treasurer who is going to hold on until the next election is done? That is the question we need to ask ourselves. I think that is all I can say. But for what we need to do, tutongewa.
As we proceed, I would like those people who are outside to come in because we need to take a vote. And when taking a vote, everybody must be inside. So Benjamin or Ochuang, si unisaidia hapo. Kila mtu aingie ndani so that we take a vote. We don't want to say that sisi hatukuwa. Wait, 30 seconds.
Yeah, there is something very important I forgot to mention about the issue at hand. Angeline has been claiming to be a member of Kiambu branch, which is very erroneous. I'm the branch secretary, and she is not in the membership list of Kiambu. So I support the sentiments that have been raised here by our Honorable Chair. So for me, huyo mtu hastahili kukua huko. Wako was my PTS back in Kakamega. Lakini yeye husema sana kuniliko, lakini ningesema vile amesema. Ni kama the chair walikuwa na mkota ama nini, sababu sisi tulimuondoa kitambo huko South Sea. Hata we were surprised vile aliendelea kufanya kazi. So I support.
Order. Nani yako na swali? Kuja bwana. We sasa nini mbona unakaa huko nyuma? Huh? I hope everybody is inside. Okay. Please, faster.
Comrades power. Comrades power. Kwa majina naitwa Dennis Moka. Nimeona name tags Dennis wangapi? Watatu. But I am from Taita Taveta County. I'm the branch chair. Yangu ni machache sana. 2 minutes. One thing is I congratulate the NEC. They have really helped Taita Taveta as a branch. They have brought us together as a team, and then kila time mi upigi hata ukamanda huyu SG hata saa 5 saa 6 bwana tumedungwa barua nisaidie, anaambia fanya hivi and they do it, baadaye vitu zinaenda soft. At the end of the day credit na tunapewa sisi, sio yeah. So thank you for everything what you've done for the branch, and again I'm happy now nasikia there is counties from coast. We were the only registered coast branch, but now tumeanza kuwa na brothers, and I'm happy for that. Kwale, Kilifi, kujeni tusogeze coast pamoja. Thank you everyone.
2 minutes.
Comrades power.
Thank you. Comrades power. Mimi niko na one question peke yake na concern. We are not supposed to discuss someone who is not our member. We have no time to vote to a stranger. What does our constitution say? If you are a nominal member, you must be registered by the board. So we have been with a stranger all through, and we have no time for that discussion, and we should not even vote. We should find something else to do.
Isn't it? Yes, we have no time. The other issue before I go, because my time is almost over, there is a pinchy something that we have not discussed, and it might be, it will come back to you. The forum that we have, last time when we were here...
Order.
Hello. Last time when we were here, we had talked about going to Mombasa. In fact, our chair might not have told you, but the number that we have, Namro cannot sustain. They are staying in Mombasa. We must be very sober. We must have a linear delegate conference. The word we will use, the method that we will use to select, I don't know. But we need a linear one. Because we will not be coming here. We want to go there to... You see now, when we are within Nairobi people, they are so happy because they know that the Joto is within them. We should take this thing to Kisumu, Moyare. You see now. But we cannot carry all this.
But Steve, 1 minute. 1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Comrades power. Mimi na request hivi. Tusiseme hatuta vote. Let's vote. For the reason one, because of the law and the labor laws, and he knows, a name might have been submitted to the labor offices. And for that fact, it can backfire on us. So let's vote out. And let's stand with this union forever and ever.
Amen.
Numlo viva.
Viva.
Next year tukutane street, hatutakosa kwenda, hatutakosa kupewa CBA na national. Tukutane wapi? Sameni, lakini hawa ni 2 term. Wewe, nimesikia mtu amesema 1 term.
Asante Steve. Now, I don't know whether you will allow me to give the one that sacrificed for the union just 1 minute. Imetosha. Aya. Now, colleagues, I am going to propose the question. Under Article 8A, where the annual delegate conference is supposed to be supreme authority and any resolutions made will be binding. And under another Article 8, actually we have a very bogus constitution, 8C, where the NEC can take a disciplinary on somebody. I hereby propose a question that does the 4th annual delegate conference confirms the expulsion of Miss Angeline Victoria Ndunge Mutisia out of NAMLO and no, that one, the second question. Now, I want to repeat. Does the 4th annual delegate conference confirms the expulsion of Miss Angeline Ndunge Mutisia from NAMLO? We want to go by the county, please. That's why I have this nini. We are starting with Makueni. Makueni County, simama. Makueni. You are 5 of you. Wameenda wapi? Wameenda. Good. Vihiga. Yes or no? Migori. Migori, faster. Siaya. Nairobi. Kisumu. Muranga. Do you have Muranga? KUTRH. KUTRH. Kajiado. Kwale. Narok. Kericho. Kericho. Uasin Gishu. Uasin Gishu. Uasin Gishu. Aya, Uasin Gishu maka wako. Kilifi. Kilifi, Kilifi pia ametoka. Homa Bay. Okay. Okay. Now, the second question. Bwana wewe ndio umeniletea nini aina gani bwana? Kisi. Kisi. Nyamira. Nyamira. Kakamega. Busia. Elgeyo Marakwet. Baringo. Ati? Kuja useme hapa. Kuja useme hapa wakisikia. Any branch? Taita.
Good evening, everybody. I'm the chair Elgeyo Marakwet County. Nilikuwa nataka tu kusisitiza kwamba procedure ya NUMDO nimesikia na mulifanya kosa. Na tukubali tu tulifanya kosa. Kwa sababu mtu kukaa kwa ofisi 4 years na unajua sio wetu. Ni halali kweli?
Asante. Asante. I'll order. As we continue, there's one lady you'll allow me, I'll give her time after we have done with the proceedings to talk. 2 minutes. Maureen, sindio? Aya. Niko Trans Nzoia. Niko Isiolo. Meru, Laikipia. Kiambu. Kakamega. So aende. Machakos. Kitui. Tharaka Nithi. Gani tena? Garissa. No, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to. It is just euphoria anyway. Now, the second question. Is there anybody we've left? Anybody? Yes. Nyeri. Ay. Nyandarua. I'm forgetting Nyandarua. Where's Nyandarua? There was karaoke here. Aya. But I'm still in charge of the meeting. Chris Gonas. Now, the second question. That does the 4th annual Delegates Conference confirms the cessation of Angeline from holding the office of the National Treasurer? Again? Again? The ayes have it. Now the result, the SG, be very keen that the 4th annual Delegate Conference has confirmed the expulsion of Ms. Angeline Victoria Ndonge Mutisia from the Union. Number 2, that the 4th annual Delegate Conference has confirmed the cessation of Angeline Victoria Ndonge Mutisia from holding the office of NAMLO National Treasurer. Asante sana. Now, thank you very much. I think that was the last agenda. And please, I want to give one lady 2 minutes. I'm not going to give anybody. I'm just going to give Maureen just to awasalimie. Karibu Maureen. Alafu, after Maureen, then we are going to, I'm going to give my closing remarks, and then we end the meeting. Already it is 5:15.
Oh, now, yeah, the chair, before Maureen, just a minute. They have a question. They are asking, now that Angeline is out, who stands in?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, fellow colleagues, we have a notice of an election. And if you read through that notice, the registrar was very categorical. So until we have an election, the Constitution gives the Assistant Treasurer the powers to be in an acting capacity until we do the election, and therefore the position is filled substantively. Angela Mumbua, please. Angela Mumbua Muilu. She is the Assistant Treasurer. She is, come huku. Kuja huku juu. And Angela, you know the reasons why we are here is because that we need to remit the 40%. Otherwise, 40% is going to eat you raw. So the SG said that as from 1st January, any money that comes isikae kwa account for 72 hours. Iende kwa wenyewe. Na please, muchukue namba. Muchukue namba bwana. I'm the chairman. Sasa kama mnanipigia chairman, pesa yangu iko wapi? Muchukue namba, please. You only come to me when you've hit a deadlock. Tafadhali. Sawa? Aya. Yes, introduce yourself. Nico.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Angela Mumbua, as you have heard. You want the Mwilu. Mwilu is my dad. Okay, Angela Mumbua Mwilu. That is my name. You elected me as the Assistant Treasurer 2022. I was to work under Cicely. Says. Then says in a humble ground, for the sake of peace, she chose what she said. She gave that position to somebody for the sake of NAMLO. So when this happened, according to the Constitution, the assistant gets that position, acts as the treasurer until now the next election. So I'm glad that you found me worthy 10. So even now, I'll make sure before that time again when you do the elections, everything will be in order. Your 40%, it will be coming back as soon as it comes, the amount comes in. We'll work together with Mr. Chairman. As he has said that is there. Okay, number ya simu ni 0721. 0721 853092. Angela Mumbua Mwilu, that is the name. 0721 85 3092. Angela, thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Now, Maureen.
Good evening. Mnashangaa mbona Maureen anaitwa mwisho? Si kwa ubaya, ni kwa uzuri. I was one of the NEC members wenye walifukuzwa. But I'm not a bad leader. I was a good leader with that team. Ni vile tu hatukuwa na good structures na ilikuwa kitu ya kwanza. So I'm from Elgeyo Marakwet. I'm the treasurer. But I have NAMLO at heart. I am a unionist, a strong one. That's why after these young men came, personally I supported them under the tent, behind the tent. Sindio? That's why no drift. Most of the no drift ilifunguka because of, not me, because of the leadership that I have of NAMLO. I'm a unionist. Let's build our union. It's our home. Let's be strong. Let's support each other. Let's support our leaders, the chair and the SG. We will re-elect you because we have seen your work. You have done the best. Congratulations. Penye sisi tuliwaja, hata kama mlitufukuza, amuku tukufukuza kwa ubaya, ilikuwa inaenda mbaya. Sindio? The boat was not going at the right direction. But at least something was done. Sindio? So kuna kitu ilifanyika. So once in a while, mukichukua office next, muite sisi. At least. Na tuseme meli iende mbele. Iende na amani. Mpaka wachukua wapate. Sindio? Mpaka our grandchildren wakuja wapate union ambayo inaitwa NAMLO, which is very strong. Thank you SG. Thank you Chairman. Thank you the whole team. And also thank you the President of Akamulso. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we are closing. I can see people have started leaving. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our conference, the 4th Annual Delegates Conference. And we can only thank God for this far we have come. The other time we talked about Mombasa, it was not possible. But I'm challenging you people. Before even we make a decision to cut the membership, yes, we will do that if you allow, because the union is not for depot, the union is not a depot, the union is you. Let us go back and mop up our membership. Please. Let us go back and mop up our membership. We still have several people who have not joined. We are thinking of moving now to the private sector, but we have not cleaned the public sector. So I am asking you that let us go back and mop up the membership. Now, finally, I would like to thank everybody. I would like to thank the Almighty God for bringing us this far. And I want to call Anne to close with a word of prayer. And after Anne closes with a word of prayer, that will mark the end of our 4th Annual Delegate Conference. And before Anne comes, please, a one-day event is not enough. It is not. You can now see people are moving because they want to go and catch the matatu. We hope that by God's grace, we'll have a 2 days event next year. Asante. Ann kuja.
Thank you. Before Ann just give us the last word of prayer, the photographer is requesting, once the prayer is done, we line up outside there, we take a group photo. Kindly let's honor that. Thank you.
Please do not leave without taking tea na tushalipa. Sawa sawa. Please, I want us to join our hands and pray. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, we give you glory, we give you honor. Thank you for giving us a chance, Jehovah God, to meet together. And everything that we have discussed, Jehovah God, take control, take full preeminence of everything. We thank you for every delegate, Jehovah God. Those who are traveling, King of all glory, you gave us a safe journey to this place. And how I declare safety is their portion in Jesus' name as they travel back to their homes. May you protect their children and their families, Abba Father, that as they join them, Jehovah God, they shall share your love and grace. We bless you and we honor you, Jehovah God, as a union, King of all glory. Help us and give us wisdom that surpasses human understanding, that we shall lead, Jehovah God, the cadre with wisdom, Jehovah King of glory. We bless you, we give you honor, Jehovah Master, as we go take our tea, bless and sanctify for the good of our bodies. In Jesus' name I pray. Please take tea before you go.